Let me greet you. And today's day of the conference was very plentiful. This is our sixth conference, the systemic analysis in the economy. And today we are going to have another very full day. We have quite a number of speakers.
Это реакция. Болезненная реакция.
Well, sorry for this. This is some kind of technical problems. Do you hear me? Well, let's see who will be able to speak today, taking into account the moon phases and the epidemiology level. But we have very interesting presentations announced. Let's not postpone it, and let's begin our work. Moderators of today's session is Maxim Rybachuk, the participant of the Central Economic and Math Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and me, Georgy Kleiner. Lyudmila Kuropatkina is assisting us. She's the employee of Central Economic and Mathematics Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences. We don't have the technical assistant so far, but nevertheless, let's begin. The first speaker is Alla Nikonova. She works at the Central Economic and Mathematics Institute. She has a very interesting presentation, and I asked Alla herself to announce her presentation.
Так, ну что?
Алла Александровна, пожалуйста. Мы вас не слышим.
Alla does have her microphone muted.
Коллеги, по-моему, у Аллы Александровны просто звук не включен.
Да, Алла Александровна, включите, пожалуйста, в зуме микрофон.
Сейчас все это...
Все в порядке? Вы слышите меня?
О, да, сейчас слышу. Прекрасно.
Вы ничего не слышали из моих слов?
Абсолютно.
Это премьера. Это так же, как и выступление вчерашнее Георгия Борисовича, первое на ваш суд. Маленькое такое направление, мне кажется, которое очень перспективно, и которое лежит в духе и русле системной экономической парадигмы, которая развивается в ЦИНИРАН под руководством Георгия Борисовича Клейнера. Название доклада «Трилемма Кейнса с позиции тетрады Клейнера. Период трансформации экономики». Символично. Сегодня, кстати, День прав человека. Состоится заседание Совета при президенте России по развитию гражданского общества.
Today we have the Canadian trilemma from the standpoint of Kleiner tetrad in the period of economic transformation. This is very important that today we have the Day of Human Rights. And maybe you mentioned in the list of presentations that there are quite a lot of issues related to the socium. What is socium? It concentrates the meaning of the existence and the functioning of the social system. And Georgy Borisovich points out 4 elements in his tetrad. This is the economics, the market environment, economic processes, and the projects. I'm not going to talk more in detail about it, but it is important that it is related to the work of the politicians, businesses working on the entrepreneurial projects, and the economy are the enterprises. And as to the socium, this is the generator of the fundamental basis of existence of the society, and generates and he enforces the regulations, and it sends it to other sectors, and it provides the foundations, intellectual, moral, and economic foundations that affect the behavior of all participants and counterparts. The analysis of sensitivity is very important, and it is important from the point of view of the construction of the systems. Analysis results are very important for the understanding of the organization, let's say the essence of this system. And it is very important to have this analysis at the level of the systemic approach, systemic thinking. And Gerald Mishi showed it very clearly on the basis of his cases. I wanted to point out even yesterday and to mention the following. What is important for the civilization? First is to organize the dialogue and to understand the values. And also the trust from the counterparts is very important. Everything depends on to which extent these issues are solved. Well, in general, the actors' interaction, we can imagine this as the dialogue of expectations and the implementation of these expectations. The result will be efficient if the subjects or the four components of tetrad, and we're talking about the socium and the state, first of all. So if the subjects are propagating the similar culture and the similar values, this will be appropriate. As to the values, our president already said about that at the Valdai Forum. The most important point is people. And it is very important to organize the health service and the responsibility of the administration and administrative bodies. And when talking at the graduation ceremony of the Russian Academy of Public Management, it is very important for the administrative workers, for the public officials to serve to the people. And the president actually addressed the public officials, and he mentioned that it is very important to understand what is the country you live in, and you are not supposed to demonstrate too openly your richness. And one of the tasks of the state component in this is to legitimize the double standards. But this is, I mentioned this in brackets. And what is important, the system of state administration, the system is required to demonstrate and legitimize the system. But unfortunately, we see in the Russian Federation, we see slightly different situation. And it is important to understand in your research. What else? There are constructions, and there is one construction that shows that even if we know and understand all the processes, if we understand the necessities of people, the state, the government, is not able to satisfy all the necessities. And this is what we're going to talk about. What is the motivation? From the point of view of the practices, all the resources are limited, but we understand that the main barrier in Russia is the organizational and administrative factors. In other words, the ability of the power bodies that we call the state, actually, the components of the state, to provide and facilitate the functioning of the system. The quality of the solutions on behalf of the state bodies in the sphere of politics, in the sphere of administrative norms, sometimes these decisions are voluntaristic, and it is not clear what are the foundations of the decisions. And as other authors show that there is the readiness in the country for the changes and for the reforms. But at the same time, the recent transfers and shifts among the public figures, this do not support the necessary solutions. And it is important to take into account that quite a lot depends on the regulation. And we are going to talk about this. Tetrade of Kleiner that we see on the screen, this is a very appropriate instrument to understand better the laws of the system functioning. These four sectors and the relations between them, analysis of these relations, allow us to analyze, construct the system, and to research the premises for the balancing, because these sectors are exchanging the resources. It is very important to make more perfect this tool, and it can be done if we give the focus to the two parts of it, socium and the state. I'm going to talk slightly about the market mechanism in our country, and actually we are passing to the new model of the economic relations. To which extent our state is ready for this? And the role of the socium, the social environment, is growing. At the same time, the present pandemic also introduces certain corrections. And this Keynesian trilemma opens the relations, shows the relations between the different factors. And if we see this trilemic presentations of the functions of the state, and this should be taken into account with the statistical information. This construct can allow us to understand better the interaction of these two components. After Mr. Keynes, after he visited Russia, he made the conclusion of the impossible character of the interaction and the existence, simultaneous existence of several factors: democracy, justness, and efficiency. And it is very important to understand that the democracy is the equal approach of all the laws to the people, to the population. And the third is the efficiency. This is the solution for the poverty issues and the well-being of the citizens. This is what the state should provide to the vulnerable sectors of the population. But from the point of view of the trade of Klein, we have new paradigm, and the role of the state is to protect and to coordinate and to serve to the social goals.
Partially, this can be demonstrated with Keynes' model, but in the form of three indicated alternatives with the associated weights. We can state that in different periods of time, the role of the government, depending on the situation, may be different, the choice may be different, and the perspective may be different. So at different times, the role of the government may be different and may be distributed differently across those three triangles. In uncertainty, the role of the government increases. For example, transition to the market economy in Russia. What did we see? Everyone wanted freedom. There was a skew in terms of requirements and demands of the society. The society embraced freedom and did not pay attention to its condition. Everyone thought that freedom was good, that revenue would grow, and people were eager for freedom, even at the expense of the living standards and social fairness. The government gave the freedom to the people, but did not protect the people, did not protect the most vulnerable strata of the society. Then another period came, and you could see this on the left-hand side of the chart. On the left-hand diagram, you could see how the expectations of the society distributed in the stable period from 1999 to 2019. How did everything distributed itself among fairness, freedom, and effectiveness? Here we see, I forgot to say, this is based on the polling results. Those diagrams are based on the polling results performed by the Institute of Sociology. So please see the difference between 1999 and 2019. It is interesting to see the changes in those reference points in the so-called social treaty, change of expectations. It is interesting to see how the people evaluate the situation, how they see the criteria, and how they understand the performance of the government. So what is the difference between 1999 and 2019? So 20 years passed. There is a 20-year difference. Demands and expectations of the living standards are high. Over 50% of the people are not satisfied with their living standards. But those expectations haven't changed in the past 20 years. Those expectations have remained high. As to the freedom, a loss. Here, the expectations have changed and the assessments have changed. Let me explain. Different strata of the society have different expectations, and here we have the average of expectations. So the difference may be in 10%, but expectations of freedom have grown 10%. That means the people feel pressure coming from the government. So in different strata of the society, expectations are different, and this difference may be as big as 20 or 30%. If we compare the expectations and the desire for fairness and freedom in 1999 and 2019. Therefore, the conclusion is that in the past 20 years, desire for freedom changed to understanding that a different structure of society should come into place and different relations should come into place. And there are hopes that this will generate high technology workstations and more jobs and other well-beings for the citizens. What happened in 2020? So in some polls, we see very strongly how the triangle has changed. So the demands have changed, the requirements have changed. We're amid the pandemic, amid the crisis, and for the first time in 20 years, people indicated the following concerns, such as deterioration of the healthcare, shortage of food products and price growth, deteriorating living standards, and threat of unemployment. And requests to the government in terms of the government effectiveness have grown. So this has become very visible by many percentage points. As far as freedom is concerned, people said, well, we don't really need freedom that much at this point. Although it is, again, different among different social strata. In spite of very strong differentiation, the citizens, the people, do not demand fairness as much as they used to. Well, Alla Alexandrovna, your time is up. You have 2 more minutes. Very well, 2 minutes is fine. Another poll. This triangle looks totally different. It shifted towards effectiveness of the government, and demand for freedom and fairness has gone down by 10 percentage points. So opinion of the people has changed of whether the government should take care of each citizen of the country. So 51% of the people said that the government had to take care of each member of the society, and 45% said that the government had to create conditions in which every individual should take care of himself or herself. What does all this mean? It means a lot. So these are the conclusions. So I'm wrapping up in a second. So results based on Keynes' trilemma indicate the importance of adaptation functions of the government amid crisis and transformation of social and economic system. So this needs to be analyzed on the basis of this model. Those conclusions help us understand the demands of the society and capabilities of the government, and helps us align the requirements of the people with the capabilities of the government. So application of the Keynes structure and conclusions help us understand the disbalance in the social and economic systems. And the way we interpret the empiric data as part of the Keynes trilemma, we understand the need of redistribution of resources in the society according to the demands of the society. Also, the trilemma addresses the nature of alternative behavior of the government. So the objectives to transition to a new technological environment are compatible with the imperatives of social development. Also, the dialogue between the government and the society is very relevant, as it can address a lot of issues. So the analysis data and further interpretation of those results and data may be the subject of such dialogue, not resolved. The issues of measuring the findings and reliability of data, for example, the statistical data of the Russian Statistics Service are not reliable. We cannot fully rely on them to perform our analysis. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alla Alexandrovna, for a very interesting output, an interesting approach that you spoke about, and good insights. I have a question. We considered the polling results and saw the shift that occurred in the past 20 years. Do you believe it is possible to poll on other ingredients of this tetrade? Of course, people are people, citizens are citizens, no matter we discuss economics or social issues or anything. But when we poll the general public, when we survey the general public, you receive general results regardless of what type of people we survey, be they government officials or businessmen or regular citizens. Do you believe the findings might change depending on which strata of the society we're surveying? Yes, I believe so. I certainly spoke very high level. I spoke about one strata as Keynes' structure helps us analyze this couple of concepts, this pair of concepts. But the dialogue is absolutely necessary between the government and the people. And this dialogue may add a lot to our knowledge of the system. And this is critical to understand the system. So, again, this dialogue, the organization of this dialogue and interpretation of results depends a lot on what has been highlighted yesterday. It depends on what philosophy does each strata of the society exercise, and also whether it is possible for the society and the government speak common language. Remember the meeting of Sergeyev and Chernyshenko. Could you please give me just a couple of seconds and speak about this, just to draw an example? Was there a meeting of Chernyshenko and Sergeyev? Yes, it took place on November the 4th, and Sergey spoke about the goals of the academy. They spoke about the fundamental goals of the academy. They discussed the importance of the backlog in the defense industry and how important it is to recover it and address it. He was saying that they were lacking resources, and if the resources are made available, this will ensure future wins. So here is the dialogue. And what is the outcome? Chernyshenko said that the science and technology strategy needs to be updated and made relevant. He said it is necessary to monitor the achievements of foreign scientists. But we mention this in each article and each publication. He said interaction is necessary. So this was the rhetoric to achieve the synergy effect among science and other sectors of the economy. Synergy of science and digital economy. And for that, he said, we need to appoint a person who will be responsible for the digital transformation. So this was the dialogue. Sergey spoke about the despair, about the scientific backlog and everything, and Chernyshenko only said that it was necessary to appoint a person to be in charge of digital transformation. Sergey was saying that it was necessary to establish the Center of Fundamental Virusology. And Chernyshenko was saying just add maybe a department to the already existing institution. So basically it was the dialogue between the blind and the deaf. Chernyshenko was expected to come to the General Assembly of the Academy of Science 2 days ago, but he wasn't there. So he didn't take part in the dialogue that we're talking about. So his participation was announced, but he didn't show up. Alla Alexandrovna, thank you so much. There is no time left for questions and comments. Let me only mention that the dialogue, or the quadrilogue, so to speak, the dialogue among four components is a great idea. And discussion of values is very relevant to the subject. So our next speaker is Vyacheslav Dementiev. He will speak about innovation policy between theorem of Coase and theorem of Gobs. Let us agree that you will have 15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A, if you don't mind.
Так, меня слышно, звук есть.
Can you hear me?
Так, ну что, уважаемые коллеги, добрый день.
Dear colleagues, good morning. I welcome Viktoria Borisovich and all participants of the conference. We are in the section of system analysis, and I think we will further discuss it as part of this roundtable. The topic of my presentation is innovation policy between the theory of cause and the other theory. Let me start with a famous quote. It's an appropriate quote, and it says, if all that is necessary for economic flourishment is investment and innovation, then why some nations past this desired prospect? This is the quote by D. North. This is all very simple, and even the freshman knows that we need investment and innovation. But why does it not happen? Why don't we do what is necessary, what is appropriate? The situation with innovation in Russia is very sad.
I will show you one table from Sorokin, and this is quite clear. Below, we see the share of companies involved in the innovations. This is about 10% independent of the downturns and upturns. And this is the main assets that are involved. But what is important for us is the main norms and regulations that set certain rules and stages in innovations. We see that for 2020, it was planned to have 40 to 50%. Later for 2020, 40% in the strategy of innovation development of Russia. Then the economic development and innovation economy, the state program, this was 25%. And then later the decree of the president, the fourth column, is 50% for 2024. And it means that the economy is not manageable by the powers, by the government. And the second important point is that it is not predictable. The results of the innovation is not predictable and is not manageable by the state authorities. Well, now let's go further into the theoretical part. What is the innovation? This is the creation of the combination of new production factors. But what is important is that the production factors are distributed among the different participants. So any new combination of the factors requires certain configuration or combination of interaction between the factor owners. So each innovation is not only the interaction between the technologies, assets, money, etc., but also the interaction between the actors, the people, the owners, the investors, the researchers, the bankers, etc. And they make the economy humming. And our idea is to show what is the influence of upon the innovation from different agents that show it. Certain agents that impact the interaction. So there are two forms of interaction between the factors. Innovation as the collective activity, and our question is it possible the voluntary cooperation between the people for the innovation? Well, yes, our answer is yes. And this is the common goal of the increase of the added value, what can be achieved through the innovation. This or that way we can do this. And if it is possible to have this, we have the possibility of interaction. When through the common activities it is possible to implement the innovations, and the results of this innovation will be common achievements, common values, and all the participants, the actors, academicians and investors and bankers are beginning to play this game. And we can expand the cause theorem upon the innovation process, independent of the initial distribution of the resources for innovation. If it is possible to obtain the innovation profit, then the participants of the process will be voluntarily participating in it. And they will exchange the powers of intellectual property, the activity, the results, and the ideas. And the result will be the introduction and the expansion of innovations. This is what Coase was saying about the macroeconomic and microeconomic model. And in this case, the innovation model should work by itself. But in practice, we have the lack of cooperation between the participants. Even the resources are available, like knowledge, technologies, and assets. And even if the innovation income is available, we can see the situation in the Russian economy. Why it is so? Because with the lack of interaction between the different people who control the resources. And this does not allow to introduce the new combination of the production factors. And the key question appears, why the society, like organizations, owners, etc., do not provide the necessary interaction, even if they can expect the common gain, the common returns that could be distributed among the parties. What are the barriers for the interaction between the people in innovations? Why the innovation cause theorem does not work? Or in other words, according to Olson, how the channels of innovation are spoiled? As a matter of fact, we know that we have the demand for innovations, and it is not necessary to have some powerful technological factors. The key factor for the innovation is the motivation. And this is the result of the activities of the social institutes. And as a matter of fact, motivation is not and the problem of innovation is not the lack of resources, but this is the problem of the institutional order. This institutional order forms the system of incentives for the economic behavior. How we can look on the different problems. First problem, why people are not cooperating between each other? Why they are not playing this cooperation game? The lack of motivation can result in the lack of the interest for the common gain from the innovations. Alternative methods to maximize the gain is to provide the monopoly income, the privileged access to the budget sources, etc. In other words, the size of the gain can be dependent not only on the factors of production, how it is described when the real income is equal to the marginal resources, to the marginal factors, but also the asymmetric efforts of the owners of the resources. And from this, it can happen that the factors, the production factors are separated from the production. And in this case, the higher is the level of asymmetric balance, the lower is the level of agreement between the subjects, and the lower is the possibility for the achievement. This other side of the social asymmetric balance is related to the increase of the income of some participants and the low income of the others. And Olson also explained this: what can be produced by the one will not be available for the other. Another important point is the discipline of the power mechanism. The corporations and the bureaucratic mechanisms create certain norms and goals, but on the other hand, the creative component defines a certain corridor of freedom, because the system of barriers and bans can become the final barrier for the creation and the promotion of innovations. On the other hand, the bureaucratic mechanism of the power has been created, and this is it has the tendency to grow. The freedom of other parties is perceived as the lost profit, and the bureaucratic illusion is that it is sufficient to create the correct instruction for the bureaucratic mechanism. Indeed, we always believe in at the university that if we create the proper instruction, then we will get the ideal tuition and ideal education. But of course, this is an illusion. So where is the boundary between the power and the innovation? One more point is the transactional losses. These are transactional losses related to the collection of information. On the other hand, it is not that simple, because there are important transactional losses, and on the other hand, these transaction costs have different values for different subjects. We, the professors at the university, know very clearly what is the transactional costs. If it is necessary to prepare the report the technical report with the volume of 100 pages. Nobody needs this, but nevertheless, we have to provide this. One more factor is the problem of trust. The final gain probably does not have the incentive role because the parties do not trust each other. And sometimes the state does not trust the business. The business does not trust the administrative bodies, etc., etc. And one more problem is the problem of creative destruction. The innovation process is always accompanied by the loss of income, of power, and positions in the property for certain economic and political agents. And here we are not talking simply about the economic and political losers, but also about their resistance to the introduction of the effective, efficient institutes. And this actually causes losses and problems. One more barrier is what Williams calls and the truth of the trial, the truth of the responsibilities. We are talking about the situation when we lack the contract mechanisms, and the innovation is very weak because the agents are not sure about their gains in the final distribution of the results. The problem of the values, there are some values that are beyond the monetary gains as a result of the of upgrading and innovation. And in this case, sometimes the agents can reject the participation in innovation. When we talk about the happiness for certain agents, it is the growth of
Временные горизонты инновационных изменений.
Well, I see the limits of the time and the time
общественных агентов. То есть речь идет
changes. There are differences in the time of the costs and the real gain
к процедурам совершенствования
changes.
институтов,
And
инноваций.
because of this, we face
Как
the
говорил когда-то Кейнс, который сегодня
different institutions and the actors. As Keynes used to say, in the long-term prospect, we are all the people. So long-term prospects are not very interesting. And some other barriers are the routine customs and traditions and the psychological type of the person dominating in business and in the state. And in recent publications abroad, this is one of the main factors. Back in 2008, it was explained as one of the main factors. And now I pass this part, and the problem of innovations cannot be solved through the financing of the institutions. And it is necessary to create the necessary conditions to provide the cooperation of people, to simplify the interaction between the actors, and the easing and the removal of institutional limitations for the voluntary cooperation. We mean the limitation of the access to the violation, to the economic power, etc. Here is the point, and this is the end. Thank you for your attention. Well, thank you very much for taking this innovative decision to finish in time. Well, it seems that I almost finished in time. I have a question. This question is related to the following.
Innovation is usually an impulse, a contraction. If is interruption of something continuous. If we talk about a company that operates, we now speak about the introduction of a new managerial mechanism or anything else. So we basically, with innovation, we break the continuum and take a risk. Because it is easy to understand the available trajectory. It is hard to understand the new one. So what are the ways to ensure seamless transition? And how can we understand whether risk is possible? I think we've had some disruption in the connection, haven't we? We can't hear our speaker. We can hear the moderator, but not the speaker.
У меня включен звук.
Я вас слышу теперь.
Now we can hear you. Excellent. So we are getting into a very serious discussion on this issue. Yes, there is a belief that innovation is not normal for the economic process in general. It is interruption of what is available, of what is already working. Innovation is a path filled with dead bodies, although we don't want to mention this. And also, as we talk about innovation, we can say how many resources have been expensed and how many people were lost. Like Germany, for example, they had a lot of innovation back in the 1990s. So the question is how to overcome the risks for ourselves, risks for the society, and for all the actors, how to overcome the social risks, and what is the power that helps us overcome those risks. Do we have any security, any safeguards against failures? I read a lot of lectures on innovation, and I don't want to fall into this discussion, but one of the basic issues of organizational process is innovation and risks associated with innovation. So we shouldn't take innovations easy. Sometimes it is worth saying, guys, stop, because the risks are too high and the outcomes may be sad. Colleagues, have you got any other questions? The moderator is saying that we do not have time for questions. So if the speaker spends all 20 minutes on the presentation, there is no time left for Q&As. So we need to move on and announce the next speaker. Vladimir Gisin and Elena Volkova will be talking. We promised Vladimir Gisin to let him speak earlier. Thank you. Vladimir Gisin is talking. He will share his screen. Give me 1 second. So again, you will have 20 minutes for the presentation. Well, actually, we have 20 minutes in total, 15 for the presentation and 5 minutes for the Q&A. Yesterday we had a very long presentation, but today we have 15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the discussion and Q&As. Vladimir Gisin is asking for just 1 second to be able to share his screen.
Так, вот сейчас, надеюсь, видна
Can
презентация.
you see my screen? Can you see my slides? I hope you do. Colleagues, can you see my slides?
Да, вот слайд.
Now we can see your slides. So we can see the introductory slide. Perfect. That's right, the introductory slide. So again, this is the first slide. I hope you can also see it. So this has been the joint effort of Yelena Volkova and myself. Scenario approach to evaluating decisions in strategic planning. This effort was initiated as we started evaluating scenario approach, and we decided to delve deeper into this issue to understand what a scenario is, especially as it is related to the strategic planning. This effort, this attempt to evaluate it was very interesting, and it was widely discussed and surveyed in the scientific literature. So the point of this presentation is to provide some general analysis and to give a fresh perspective on the scenario-based approach. And then we will provide a method that helps perform certain quantitative assessments following the scenario-based approach. So it became clear that the scenario-based approach has become, in recent times, in recent 20 years, the scenario-based approach has become a thing with a scientific basis behind it. And also the so-called intuitive logic has been discovered. This is a form of logic. Let me draw you an example. So these are justified considerations, system-based considerations, which lie at the basis of discussion about the future. This intuitive logic was formed into a discipline of scenario building. So, and some of the points of intuitive logic are presented on this slide. It is necessary to identify and define the key issue, understand the time horizon, micro, meso, and micro, define the major trends and factors, and provide their qualitative and quantitative characteristics. It is necessary to range the trends and factors in terms of their predictability and criticality. And also, we should follow the sequence stated here on this slide. And finally, we need to define, maybe verbally, the trend extremes. So why do we need that last bullet? This last bullet helps us form some binary environment of the possible future. So let me give you a diagram to represent the scenario-based approach. So today we speak about the future. So question marks represent high uncertainty, and scenario-based approach has a lot of uncertainty, is associated with a lot of uncertainty. And as we talk about the future, we receive a narrative, and this is an important item here. As part of the scenario-based approach theory, narrative is an interesting area where we define the future in a negative fashion. So we should provide negative answers to 7 questions, and if all those answers are negative, then we get hold of the scenario-based approach. And this is a well-respected method for those who deal with the scenario-based approach. So this binary nature is reflected in the slide. Let's assume that we have defined 2 trends or 2 indicators, and we study their extremes. So one on the vertical axis and the other on the horizontal axis. And those extremes give rise to 4 scenarios. So if we increase the number of factors, indicators that will be assessed as part of the scenario-based approach, leads to exponential growth in the number of scenarios for the future. And this limits the number of trends to be identified. So back to the intuitive logic, this last but one bullet, when we say range trends and indicators by the level of their predictability and criticality, and here we also say exclude the least critical trends and factors from the further analysis. This is important. This helps us reduce the scenario width and broadness. So when the scenarios are available, finalized, the question is how to provide both qualitative and quantitative indicators. As we talk about some economic entities, so we need quantitative assessment. There are different ways to achieve this, but there is no single approach to this as part of the scenario-based approach theory. Here is a suggestion, which is represented in the current report. So the suggestion is to link scenarios to events. So consider the environment of possible events in the future and assign probabilities. It is hard to assign probabilities to scenarios, and any attempts to do this do not rely on any realistic foundation. But we can assign probabilities to events. For example, in Dean 1996, this publication describes the environment for strategic decision-making. And this event environment lists all events, all possible events, and probabilities assigned to those possible events. And thus we create the event space, so to speak. So when we have this event space with assigned probabilities, we can make one step further and use some standard approach, being when we take each scenario and each event and we establish, or on the multitude of scenarios and events, we need to establish the link in the form of binary relation. So we need to make the scenario and the event compatible. We need to link those two. Link the scenario to the event. So if E is the final space of the event with a given probability, S is the scenario space, G is the relation of compatibility. So relation between the event and the scenario. G from E is the multitude of scenarios that may take place if event E takes place and becomes actual. So with that, we deal with a table like this. So on the upper two lines, we can see the events and their probabilities. So we have events and probabilities, and we have the lines of scenarios. So this is the binary matrix, and with that matrix, we do certain manipulations. We define the measure of trust and likelihood. For each family of scenarios, we can define the basic probability. And this basic probability, or basis probability, is a conditional name. It's a distribution of probabilities, not in the space of scenarios, but in the space of their multitude. So I will not go into deep details here, but let me only say that the family of scenarios, and if it is different from the zero value, so we can call them focal. So when we rely on the basis probabilities, and we can use the theory of evidences, we can define the measure of trust and likelihood. B is the measure of trust or belief, and PL is the measure of likelihood and truthfulness. Once we have these measures, so with respect to those measures, we can define mathematical expectations of the value. If we have some figure which depends on the scenarios, so depending on which scenario takes place, we can take its average, its mathematical expectation with regard to measures of trust and likelihood. Although the situation is more complex than a probability, here we have two measures, measure of trust and measure of likelihood or truthfulness. This reflects the uncertainty, the stochastic uncertainty that we have as we build scenarios. The mathematical expectations, there are two of them, measure of trust and measure of truthfulness. Those measures are not additive. They can be overcome with integrals, Choquet integral. These are quite accurate calculations of the integral, and those integrals turn out to be not additive at all. And here we must be very cautious and accurate. So if we rely on the available definition and adjust it for positivity, to make this x value positive, so the permanent value does not affect the integral, so we can actually take it out. But as the space of scenario has a limit, then we can say that the interval between the measure of trust and the measure of truthfulness can be the interval evaluation of the x value. So this approach is theoretical. It was used to evaluate investment projects. So what can we say about this? We'll see in the future if someone has the audacity to make such assessments. So they actually, those assessments, they look quite truthful, quite likely. So this is an explicit method, and we can easily understand the dependencies, and I'm sure we can use it. So in conclusion, let me only say that this was an attempt to introduce some, to make the scenario approach a bit more quantitative. This was an attempt to make the scenario approach a bit more quantitative. For the scenario-based approach to rely on quantitative value more than we do it now. Thank you, Vladimir Borisovich. Very interesting, very clear, and very elegant. A very elegant approach that you suggested to a very sensitive subject.
Unfortunately, this scenario approach sometimes is used very often, and the frequency of the use of this scenario approach is sometimes equal to the word systemic analysis, but at the same time, very primitive approaches are used, and it does not have to do with the real scenario approach. Unfortunately, when we're talking about the, it doesn't have to do with the cinematography, cinema script or scenario, because this is not only the actions, but also the background and the trend at a certain level of generalization. But this picture will not be complete. And instead of the scenario, we would see some statements that are not justified, and this will lead in turn to incorrect forecasts. So I believe that this work is very correct. But my question is as follows. You concentrate here the attention to the notion of event. Probably you use the probability approach. And how do you combine these scenarios and events? Because there are events, there are trends, and there is certain background. Maybe we can talk about the replacement of this approach and replacement of this with certain. Well, answering your question, the difference in events and scenarios that you paid attention to, this difference led to the situation that we considered the events, because the environment of events looks simpler. Scenarios can look quite complicated, because it is underlined almost in all the present works, and it is necessary to point out that those who construct scenarios should not limit themselves, and they should have certain probabilities. Well, in the future, if we are talking about the investment projects, indeed, it is possible to connect the possible it is possible to connect the forecasts and the scenarios. But this is a very complicated work, and this work has been on for 25 years, and it is quoted quite often.
Ну,
Нет, Дмитрий.
сложный вопрос.
Well, indeed, this is a very complicated matter, and quite a lot of researchers are looking for answers how to introduce the qualitative aspect, quantitative aspect in this scenario approach. Vladimir, please tell us, back in years 70, when the theories of the database of knowledge and expert systems were being developed, there was a notion of the coefficient of assuredness.
Не совсем. Вот коэффициенты уверенности, они в большей
Well,
мере...
when we talk about the certainty factor, it is related
как бы логических утверждений.
to the quantitative assessment of certain statements.
В рамках, так сказать, того, что называют там мягкими вычислениями,
It continues to
такого рода оценки.
live on in the so-called soft calculations, but as to the measures of trust and the probability,
Система, в общем, это в каком-то смысле один шажок от теории вероятности.
this is
В ситуациях с более
more
определенностью, чем вероятность,
the measure of credibility.
значит, которые вероятность как бы оценивают
This is the approach that allows to split the probability into two parts. On one hand, this is the measure of credibility.
оценка сверху. Значит,
This is the assessment from below.
большие знания, они как бы сжимают эти две границы.
And then the second,
Вот эти экспертные оценки уверенности, это уже несколько шагов от вероятности.
and when we provide the measurement of expertise, this is even one more step up. Of course, it is necessary to develop this approach, and we are very glad to hear this in our university. Maxim, sorry for occupying this time. Georgy Borisovich, we have to switch over to the next speaker.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Vladimir Borisovich.
Следующий доклад у нас
The next speaker is Vladimir Polyak.
Олег Борисович. Практика разработки методософского.
This is the practice of developing of the methodosophical approach as a new type of systems analysis.
Слышно ли меня и видно ли?
Good morning, colleagues. Do you hear me? Do you see me? Hello, Georgy Borisovich.
Участвуйте в нашей конференции, как и в прошлом году.
It is very nice to see you here again, like the previous year. As a matter of fact, I spoke already about methodosophical approach, and I was saying that this is a new type of systemic analysis or systems analysis. This is our approach, and we claim that this is a new approach. Colleagues were speaking about the crisis of trust in different systems, and we saw this research that is done in the systems analysis. And through this, we try to answer the systemic crisis. The systemic crisis continue to grow. This is the trade war between the United States and China, and maybe there is a certain danger that it can become the hot war. And the countries and the nations are competing for the access to the resources. And now these wars are not only in air on Earth, but it is also in the cyberspace. And recently, we saw the war between the natural and artificial intelligence. In Nagorno-Karabakh, we saw that the drones managed and controlled by the artificial intelligence won over the natural intelligence, won over the natural forces. We see that the world is crumbling. Why it is so important for the system analysis? The point is that we have to approach certain category apparatus to understand the social systems. And it is not by chance that we have the terms of the previous societies. Actually, we're talking about the post-communism, post-socialism, etc. If we continue this line and this approaches, we are entering the idea of post-apocalypse. And the pandemic, of course, is milder than the Third World War, etc. But nevertheless, we faced the situation when we were at the peak of our progress, development. But we faced a sudden stop, and it tells quite a lot. People now have hopes that we'll apply vaccine to everybody and we'll get back to the normal life. But the philosophic researchers and the scientists say that we will not be able to return to the same state.
Духовное единство общества, которое раньше скреплялось идеологиями, они не выработали.
And we are not able to develop the previous approaches. We are talking about the following, and this was discussed also yesterday. The traditional methods of communication, the attempts to provide the inclusion are not working in the previous way. And it is very important to develop the analysis and the forecasting of the social systems. We said in our report that it is possible to calculate the probability of certain events, and we try to use algebra to test the harmony. But our methodosophical approach allows us to do this. I will try to explain this. Why? Because this is based on the synthesis of rational and heuristic methods of analysis and the forecasting of social systems development. It is based on anthroposophic approach of Rudolf Stein, and we combine the classical methods of systemic analysis with the methods of
медитативный диалог.
art, like meditative dialogue. Let me show you the
Оно дает, что мы охватываем не только таким
first we manage to cover not only the economic and social sphere, but also the spiritual sphere and environment, because we understand that quite a lot of problems occur in this spiritual sphere. UDI method, I'm not going to go into detail on this. We participated quite a lot of in social and business plays, and I want to stop on the intuitive drama. We know the factor analysis. In factor analysis, we select certain social and economic factors and we try to measure them mathematically. Of course, it is correct, but nevertheless, it is not sufficient. And we add on some factors that cannot be taken into account in this analysis. However, these factors play quite an important role. In our intuitive drama, we have the factors like love, hate, or fear. And I would like to give you some examples. What are these drama? This, for example, can be the spirit of time. Everybody have quite a lot of emotions and worry about something and suffer about something. As an example of this factor is the spirit of perestroika. All of us who lived in the 90s lived through this and suffered from this. But our intuitive drama analysis allow to do this. Recently, we had the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, and this was the time of when the spirit of Azerbaijan and Armenian people actually lived through the spiritual experience. I give these examples as the factors that really play some role, but it is very difficult to analyze this. And intuitive drama and meditative dialogue can be combined into a certain discipline, what we call the heart logic. We sometimes say that the heart suggests something or recommends something. But we cannot normally trust this. We all are accustomed to the Aristotle's logic that has been on for 2,000 years. But on the other hand, we are now trying to analyze the emotions, and a new notion of emotional intelligence has been introduced recently. So we believe that the traditional analysis can be reinforced with methodosophic analysis. I've given you the global analysis of international conflict. We analyzed other conflicts. I was talking about this the previous time. And now I want to give you an example of local type. This was an example of the work of the Society of Disabled Persons. I want to touch upon the general part of this. The social the new example is the notion of so-called extrability. When people have some extra abilities in difference to the disability. And if some disabled persons develop these extra abilities, then they are super to the normal people. So in June, July, we jointly with the non-governmental organization White Cane, we carried out certain games, and the name of our strategic sessions was Realization of the Possibilities of Inclusion based on the integration of extrability and artificial intelligence under the control of a human. We implemented certain elements of intuitive drama, and the participants managed to live through these notions of extrability and the existence of artificial intelligence. I think Konstantin will talk more about it. I will finish now limiting myself with the introduction part. But our approach to the inclusion has the general human meaning. Instead of fighting for certain parts of the resources, if we manage to come to this sensibly, the people will be able to develop their own abilities. And during our drama play, we will get the practical results, and the university project will be able to develop these approaches. And to sum up, I want to talk about the notion of happiness. Through our methodosophical approach, the abilities of the people are changed, and the real destination of the human can be changed. Now I want to change my approach, and I want to give the floor to my colleague Konstantin so that he could talk about their part.
My part is dedicated to inclusion and inclusive interaction, and as part of the drama, we could see the special features of inclusive interaction. We understand that we cannot agree on the goals or principles of communication. We have different perceptions. For instance, people who can't see or can't hear. These are two total different groups with very different values among them. So the way they transmit information is different. The things they overcome are different. So as part of inclusive interaction, we have scenarios where we come to the highest level of human values. And in drama, we were able to simulate it very well. As we had those games, we addressed different issues depending on our roles. We addressed them through reflection, and reflection is at the basis of many projects. We operate in this reflection model now, and inclusive interaction, if it is well organized, if scenarios are well organized, people, as part of this inclusive interaction, can develop their talents, which they couldn't do in the past. And we shape new social roles when a person positively changes his or her social role. So this was my brief comment. Vladimir, would you like me to focus on something else? No, I think it's good. This is the innovative interaction that we have. I'm in Israel, and my colleague is in the Urals. So this virtual interaction is really novel. And I think we have time now for questions and answers, so that we focus on something that we haven't addressed yet. Thank you for the input. Very interesting. I can only say that this trends coming from resources to capabilities, has become a real trend when we understand that each entity has resources and talents. Resources can be sold and bought, and capabilities, talents, can be developed and transformed. And those extra capabilities, extra abilities, developed as part of inclusive interaction, can supplement the lack of resources. And I believe the history of Israel as a country with minimal resources is a good evidence of that. Thank you. Very interesting. Colleagues, have you got any questions? Let me comment the terminology. Stability is the term that was born in the Urals. These are the abilities developed thanks to limitations in the process of successful socialization. So any group with limitations, any marginal group, within that group, there are prerequisites for developing talents and abilities that are not really needed under normal circumstances to people. Those X abilities are developed and they become needed by the people surrounding that marginal group. I don't know if it is easy to differentiate the abilities that emerged before the limitations and the ones developed as a result of those limitations. So the person who could for instance, who could screw the bed support as he had to survive the pain. I don't know, can we consider those to be extra abilities or not? So those extra abilities, they are present in every person, but there are two ways to discover them. And there are two ways to overcome barriers. One path is the path of pain and suffering, overcoming some external barriers, or you may know that there is a barrier or limitation, but you do not fight for this limitation to provide you extra benefits. But on the contrary, you appeal to your conscious, to your mindset, and discover the ability that differentiates you from the rest of the people. I'll try to be politically correct. So this Black Lives Matter movement, when people with dark skin feel that they're discriminated, but very few people know that the top 10 celebrities in music and cinema, the most successful top people of 2019, were 6 people with dark skin. This is only an example of... This is a good example. In Israel, last year, the issue of handicap of disabled people became a social issue and political issue when disabled people blocked airport roads, and the police couldn't apply tough measures towards those disabled people. And this was a big thing in Israel. And the same may happen with other social groups. When we develop our abilities, when we find a way to discover our hidden abilities, then indeed we get hold of access to our hidden resources. Talking more generally, there are two concepts. The first concept is the worse the better, meaning the more the person is restricted and limited. For instance, if you are locked somewhere or if you are in severe weather conditions, then your capabilities develop better, and then you find unstandard approaches to the ways to develop and survive. And the other concept is the better, meaning that if you are in a better conditions, if you are in a more favorable conditions, you will be able to develop your capabilities better and you will work better. And I think these are two human types. One type believes in the first concept and the other type believes in the second concept. This is indeed very true. And here is my response to this. I believe that, yes, there are different types of people with different mindset, and the difference between them is that some people are able to appeal to themselves and discover the hidden talent or capability, and other types of people, when the spirit or talent leaves them, when they lose the talent, they become helpless. And we know a lot of examples of that. We have examples of people who lost their talent, and then their life ended. They started drinking heavily, or they committed suicide, so their life ended. They were not able to overcome this loss of a talent, compared to other people who simply developed a talent in themselves, and then they couldn't lose it. It was with them. So what is our agenda now? So the agenda says we have a break, but we used the break for the Q&As and the presentations. So let's have a short break then. Let's have 10 minutes instead of 20. Let's have a 15-minute break. Okay, 15-minute break. Then please be with us. Bear with us. So please come back in 15 minutes. The next presenter is Vasily Presnyakov and Viktor Bushev. They are with us. So a 15-minute break is announced.
Георгий Борисович.
Я готов.
Georgy Borisovich, yes, I'm ready. I am ready. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well.
Тогда Василий Федорович.
Vasily Fyodorovich,
Федорович, сейчас посмотрим. Он, кажется,
let me check. I don't think he's connected.
Участников его нет.
He's not on the participants list.
Бывший Виктор Алексеевич.
Viktor Bывшев.
Здесь.
Victor, are you here? Viktor Alexeyevich, are you here?
В списке участников он есть.
He is on the list of participants. Oh,
Да.
Виктор Алексеевич.
Виктор Алексеевич на месте.
Я
Victor,
на месте, да, пожалуйста,
Бывшев.
я готов.
I'm here.
Ждал вашего доклада.
Excellent. I've been looking forward to your
Сейчас,
presentation.
секундочку, я
Very happy
запущу
to have you here.
демонстрацию экрана.
I will share my screen in just a second.
Максим Александрович, значит, правильно, я сейчас кликаю по демонстрации
Maxim,
экрана и
I
открываю
will
свою
click
презентацию, верно?
Screen sharing and select my presentation.
Вы меня слышите,
Is
уважаемые
this the
коллеги?
path I should take?
Да, мы вас слышим.
Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you well.
Открыть презентацию.
So to open the presentation,
Традиционно в PowerPoint.
just open it in the PowerPoint,
В демонстрации в Zoom
and then
выбираете
in Zoom demonstration, select.
Вот я сейчас открыл презентацию.
slide.
Скажите, пожалуйста,
Select your
видите
slide
вы
deck.
ее?
So I've opened my slide. Can you hear it? No, we can't because you haven't started the demonstration of the screen. Please start the demonstration.
Так. Вот сейчас я кликнул демонстрация экрана.
I clicked on the screen demonstration. On the screen
Да, но
sharing,
не вижу, что презентация видна.
but I'm not sure you can see
Еще
my
раз,
slide.
я открыл
So once
презентацию у
again, I
себя,
opened my slide deck, right?
открыл,
Yes.
и теперь кликаю
I-
презентацию экрана.
Click on the screen sharing.
Теперь вы возвращаетесь в Zoom.
So please
Zoom
come
и
back to Zoom.
кликаю демонстрацию экрана.
Yes, and in Zoom, click on screen
Кликнул.
sharing. I did.
У вас будет возможность либо выбрать окно, либо целиком рабочий стол
You
демонстрировать.
can either select the window or demonstrate the full desktop.
Не могу нажать демонстрацию
So
экрана.
please press the blue
Совместное
button in the
использование
end
вы
of the
имеете в
screen,
виду
at the
нажать?
bottom of the screen.
Вот у вас идет совместное использование.
Да.
So you have joint use, optimize.
Все, теперь видим.
Now we can
Ну,
see it
прекрасно.
very well.
Скажите, пожалуйста, сейчас вы видите?
So can you now see the slide?
Да.
Yes, we can. We
Ну
can
что
perfectly
ж.
see them.
Уважаемые коллеги,
So, dear colleagues,
позвольте представить вашему
Let me
вниманию сообщение на
deliver a
тему
report
«Методика построения производственной
titled
функции
Methodology for
экономики
Constructing the Production
России».
Function of the Russian Economy.
К задаче построения
So the
производственной
goal
функции
of
экономики
building
России,
the
современной
production
России,
function of the Russian
обращались
economy
многие исследователи. Вот
has been the
здесь,
subject
на
of
этом
many
слайде,
researchers.
я привел
And on
фамилии
this
только
slide, you can
некоторых из
see
них.
names of some of those
Имеется также
scientists.
фундаментальная
There is
монография,
a fundamental
в которой
monograph
с разных сторон
which
обсуждена
addresses
проблема построения производственных функций.
construction of production functions,
Однако существует
and it is addressed from many
проблема,
angles. At the same
и
time, there is
эту
a problem
проблему
or an issue,
формулировали и
and
решили
it was defined
два лауреата
and
Нобелевской
addressed
премии,
by two
и
Nobel Prize
проблему эту
winners.
принято именовать так
And
называемой
the problem
ложной
is
регрессией.
traditionally titled as false regression.
В решении Нобелевского комитета
So the
за
Nobel
2003
Prize
год
Committee of
при
2003,
присуждении Нобелевской премии
as the Nobel
Энгелу и
Prize
Грейнджеру,
was
так и сказано,
given to
за
Engel
методы
and
анализа
Granger.
экономических временных
So they
рядов
said
с общим трендом. Проблема заключается в том, что
the
при
prize
построении
is given
производственных функций
for the
национальной
fundamental
экономики
approach to building general
неизбежно
trends.
приходится
So
пользоваться
inevitably,
нестационарными
we have
временными
to
рядами,
use the so-called
такими
non-stationary
как
time rows,
уровни
such
ВВП,
as
уровни основного
GDP
капитала
level,
или иначе основных
main
фондов,
capital level, or
уровнем
fixed
затрат
assets
на
level,
труда цен
labor cost
углеводородов
level,
и так далее.
cost of hydrocarbons,
Вот
etc.,
оказывается,
etc.
если не проводить так называемый
So if
анализ
we do
присутствия
not
этих
perform
временных рядов
the
общих
analysis
трендов,
of the presence of those
то легко
time rows
получить
in general trends, it
оцененную
is easy
производственную
to
функцию
get hold
национальной
of
экономики, которая окажется
estimated production function,
некорректной.
which turns out to be incorrect, inaccurate.
Чуть ниже я остановлюсь на методике,
I will
но при
further
этом
speak
хочу
about the
отметить ту
methodology, but let
статистическую
me
информацию,
only mention
которую
or
я
show you
использовал
the
для построения
statistical data
производственной
I
функции
relied on as I build my
экономики
production
современной
function of
России.
the
Эта
contemporary
статистическая
Russian
информация
economy.
опубликована вот в
This
известной работе
statistics was published
Афанасьева и
in a
Пономарёва.
famous paper by Afanasyev and Ponomaryov.
Видите, здесь представлены
So here
уровни
you can
ВВП,
see the GDP levels, the GDP numbers,
количество основного капитала или
fixed
основных
assets,
фондов, количество работающих или занятых в экономике России
number of
в разные
employed in the
периоды
Russian economy at
и
different time
уровни
periods,
цены нефти марки Brent.
and oil prices,
Вот на следующих
Brent oil
графиках,
prices.
где осуществлена
So the
визуализация
following
этой
graphs
информации,
visualize this
очень хорошо
information,
видно,
and you can
что
easily
эти
see
временные
that
ряды
those
имеют так
time rows
называемый общий тренд, а более
have
точно так
a
называемый
general trend,
стохастический тренд.
or the so-called
Здесь вы видите
stochastic
вверху
trend.
график
On the
логарифмов цены
upper
нефти,
chart, you
здесь
can see the oil
график логарифма
prices
ВВП
curve,
России,
and on
и на
the bottom
следующем
chart, you
слайде
can see the Russian
графики
GDP curve, and the
логарифмов
next
уровней
slide
основного капитала
represents the fixed
и затрат
assets
живого труда.
level and the labor costs level.
Теперь спецификация производственной
Now, the
функции
specification
России
of
и
the
методика
production
ее
function of
построения.
Russia and the methodology
Сначала
of its
позвольте мне
construction.
напомнить,
Let me only
что
remind you
если символом Y
that
обозначить реальный
Y
ВВП,
T is
созданный в
the
национальной
actual
экономике
GDP
на отрезке
generated by the
времени,
national economy
T при
in a given time
существующих
period
в стране
T
технологиях и уровнях
with
факторов
the
производства,
available
вот эти уровни
technologies
так
and
обозначены,
production factors
то математическая
indicated here,
модель,
then the
которая
mathematical
позволяет
model
объяснять
that
значение
helps us
переменной
explain the meaning of the variable
YT
YT
переменными
through
уровнями факторов
variables
производства, экономисты
of
называют
production factors.
производственной функцией
It
национальной
is called
экономики.
the production function of the national economy.
Вот в своем сообщении в
So
качестве
in my
аналитической основы
presentation,
производственной
as
функции
the analytical
экономики России
basis of the production
я
function of
выбрал
the Russian economy, I
слегка
selected
модифицированную
a slightly
функцию
modified
Колба-Дугласа, знаменитую функцию
equation of
Колба-Дугласа.
Colbert-Douglas, a famous
Экономисты давно
Colbert-Douglas
отметили, что эта
equation,
функция правильно
and the
отражает
economists
тенденцию
believe
в
that this
изменении,
equation
в данном случае,
accurately
уровней
reflects
ВВП
the
в
change
ответ на
in the
изменение
GDP level
уровня основных
in
факторов
response to
производства,
the change of
основного
in
капитала,
fixed
а также
assets
живого труда.
and
Ну, стало уже
labor
традицией в производственную
It
функцию
has become a
российской экономики
tradition
включать цены
to
углеводородов.
include the
Я
price
также
of
включил
hydrocarbons in the
цену
equation for
нефти
the
марки Brent.
production function of the Russian economy.
Сюда
And
же
this
я
is the Brent
добавил
oil
индикатор
prices. Here,
мирового
I
финансового
also
кризиса
added the
2008
indicator
года
of the world
и
financial crisis of
индикатор
2007
вот
and the
здесь
indicator
дефолта России.
of
Если
Russian
вернуться
default.
к графикам,
So
то
coming
очень
back to the
хорошо видно,
graph, you can see
как мировой финансовый кризис, видите,
the world,
отразился
the
на уровнях
global
ВВП,
economic
да и на цене
crisis, how it
нефти.
affected
И
the oil
это
prices
как раз
and
мировой финансовый
other
кризис, а
indicators.
дефолт России.
Well,
И
actually, it
также
wasn't the
мировой
global
финансовый кризис.
financial crisis, but it was the default, the 1998 default of Russia.
Помимо упомянутых выше
In
факторов,
addition
производственную
to the
функцию
mentioned factors,
принято включать,
the production
начиная с
function
известной
traditionally
работы
includes
Соло, также индекс научно-технологического
the
прогресса.
index of
И
scientific progress.
производственная функция также
So the
позволяет
production function
дать ответ на вопрос
allows us to
в национальной
answer the
экономике,
question
на заданном отрезке времени,
whether the national
существовал ли
economy in a
научно-технический
given
прогресс
time
или нет.
period
Если
had the
такой
country
прогресс
achieved technological
научно-технический
progress or not.
отсутствовал,
If
то
this
тогда
technological
темп
progress was
прироста
absent,
коэффициент
then the
гамма
growth
индекса
rate
научно-технологического прогресса равен
so
нулю, А если все же удается принять гипотезу, что темп роста этого индекса больше нуля, то можно сказать, что в национальной экономике существовал прогресс. Теперь методика. Методика построения производственной функции экономики России.
This is how we build the production function for the Russian economy. Let me speak about the methodology, which is made of 4 steps. The first step of this methodology is that the hypothesis that the time rows that take part in construction of the production function of the national economy are post-stationary and they belong to class 1.
Второй шаг
The second step
в оценивании статистической модели. Модель получается в итоге логарифмирование уравнения производственной функции. Вот это статистическая модель. И дальше одновременно в тестировании по остаткам этой статистической модели предположение о коинтегрированности временных рядов. Другими словами, о том, что эти ряды имеют общий тренд, а более точно стохастический тренд.
A general trend or stochastic trend.
После того, как осуществлен второй шаг, выполняется полная диагностика оцененной статистической модели. И, наконец, после того, как эта статистическая модель прошла все этапы диагностики, исследуется стабильность оценок коэффициентов производственной функции на аккумулятивных выборках и оценивается точность экс-пост прогноза. Вот на следующих слайдах я отмечаю результаты этих шагов,
So these are the outcomes of those steps
производственной функции экономики России.
as we build the production function of the Russian economy. So these are the findings of the first step, in which we verified that all time rows taking part in the production function were not stationary and that they belonged to one class. So here you can see that hypothesis for each time row is acceptable.
На этом слайде представлен результат второго шага. И здесь я уже коэффициенты оцененной статистической модели, видите, подставил уравнение производственной функции.
And they're included in the equation.
Второго шага тоже позволяет сделать вывод, что участвующие в построении производственной функции временные ряды коинтегрированы. Вот об этом говорит статистика знаменитого теста Дарбина-Уотсона к интегрирующей регрессии. Вот здесь, на этих графиках, на этом слайде приведен график остатков, ну а также оценки автокорреляционной и частной автокорреляционной функции, которые позволяют сделать вывод, что действительно временные ряды, которые использовались при построении производственной функции экономики России, являются коинтегрированными, и мы не оказываемся в ситуации ложной регрессии. На данном слайде представлены результаты третьего шага, и эти результаты позволяют утверждать, что статистическая модель успешно прошла все тесты. Ну и, наконец, результаты четвертого шага. Два пункта этих результатов. Первый пункт – это стабильность оценок коэффициентов производственной функции на аккумулятивной выборке. Видите, здесь отмечены периоды обучающей выборки. Эти периоды являются такими аккумулятивными. А здесь в соответствующих столбцах приведены оценки, оценка коэффициента, оценка логарифма коэффициента совместной производительности факторов. В скобочках указаны стандартные ошибки этих оценок. Одно из свойств таких рядов с общим трендом или интегрированных рядов состоит в том, что эти оценки являются так называемыми сверхсостоятельными, то есть они быстро стабилизируются. Вот можно посмотреть, как эти оценки стабилизируются по мере увеличения обучающей выборки, кумулятивной такой обучающей
as the
выборки.
cumulative learning sampling changes.
Второй итог 4-го этапа – это точность экспост-прогнозов. Ну, в 2 словах, что это значит? Вот по выборке с 90 по 2000 год оцениваются параметры модели, и дальше по этой оцененной модели осуществляются прогнозы на все этапы, на все годы с 2001 по 2012, и рассчитываются относительные ошибки прогнозов. Вот видно хорошо, что относительные ошибки прогнозов по экспост-прогнозов, когда обучающая выборка относится вот к такому периоду, совершенно неудовлетворительно. Если обучающую выборку чуть-чуть увеличить, вот она, то ситуация с экспост-прогнозами резко меняется. Мы видим, насколько увеличилась точность этих экспост-прогнозов. И средняя относительная ошибка уже составляет примерно 1,7%. Ну, аналогично и здесь. Эти результаты 1-го, 2-го и 3-го и 4-го этапов позволяют сделать вывод или позволяют сделать следующие выводы. Оцененная производственная функция экономики России может быть признана корректной, поскольку использованные ряды при построении этой функции являются коинтегрированными. Следующий вывод. Оценка темпа прироста, вот я ее красным цветом выделил, темпа прироста индекса научно-технологического прогресса определилась не вполне надежно. Стандартная ошибка этой оценки, вот видите, как составляет примерно половину от самой оценки. И это обстоятельство заставляет с осторожностью относиться к предположению, вот к этому предположению,
take this assumption very cautiously.
В экономике России существовал научно-технологический прогресс. Хотя формально гипотеза о отсутствии научно-технологического прогресса при уровне значимости 5% отвергается в пользу гипотезы о присутствии научно-технологического прогресса в национальной экономике на заданном отрезке времени.
The Russian economy did have the science and technology progress.
При прочих равных условиях рост основного капитала на 1% увеличивает ВВП России, речь идет о годовых уровнях, примерно на 0,3%. Любопытен пятый результат, пятый вывод. Он в определенном смысле противоречит многим итогам других исследователей, которые создавали производственные функции национальной экономики. При прочих равных условиях увеличение количества занятых в экономике России на 1% увеличивает ее ВВП примерно на 2%. Вот такая эластичность основного ВВП страны по затратам живого труда. Вот этот вывод удается обосновать при помощи уже никак не связанной с производственной функцией модели экономики России. Цена нефти также является значащим фактором. И вот при прочих равных условиях ее рост на 1% увеличивает ВВП России примерно на 0,2%. Все вот эти величины являются значащими. Ну и подчеркну, что отмеченная методика, состоящая вот из таких 4 шагов, этапов, действительно позволяет не попасть в знаменитую ловушку ложной регрессии и корректно построить производственную функцию национальной экономики.
National economy of Russia.
Благодарю за внимание. Сообщение.
So that's all I have. Thank you for your attention. Viktor Alexeyevich, thank you. It's a brilliant presentation, very clear, very logical, and I'm sure that the major part of this paper is a perfect example of such analysis as it applies to the national economy and to other systems. This is absolutely brilliant. The only question that I have is related to the specification of the function view. The assumption of a single elasticity of replacement of indicators expressed in this multiplicated logarithm, couldn't it receive any confirmation as we compared it with other classifications, with permanent elasticity function, for example?
Да, Георгий Борисович, значит, конечно, можно было бы принять в качестве аналитической основы не функцию такую Колба-Дугласа, а SES-функцию, где уже нет предположения о единичной эластичности замещения факторов производства. Это можно было сделать. И если бы оказалось, что вот, скажем, на каком-то этапе обсужденной методики удалось увидеть, что производственная функция Колба-Дугласа не соответствует реальным статистическим данным экономики России, то, конечно, я бы заменил ее на SES-функцию. Но поскольку ни на одном этапе не проявилось вот это обстоятельство о том, что эластичность замещения факторов производства не равна единице, то вот здесь я выбрал именно такой аналитический аппарат. Но подчеркну, что при использовании любой другой производственной функции, допустим, SES-функции, функции Солова, сама эта методика никак не изменится. Она также будет состоять из упомянутых выше шагов.
And will be made of the above 4 steps. This is legitimate to rely on your train of thought, because there are 2 approaches, one coming from the simplest to the more sophisticated. So if necessary, the model may be complicated. If there is no need to do this, then you rely on the available methodology. Or you can go from the most complex model to the simplified model. So all this is very logical. And the last question, sorry for asking all these questions. Have you published the finding anywhere?
And the last question, whether the results were published somewhere. These results are not published anywhere. And I believe that the most important is the outcome, that the elasticity of the GDP from the point of view of the labor expenses is quite high. And it is much higher than the elasticity of the expenses of the main capital. And I quote the Afanasyev and Ponomaryova article. I borrowed this data from there. And from the very beginning, the hypothesis was used there very briefly.
Сумма коэффициентов эластичности при капитале и
coefficient ratios
равна единичке.
Of the capital and the labor expenses
существует так называемое постоянство отдачи от масштаба производства. Да, вот
permanence of
исследовании, результаты которого я сейчас ставил вашему вниманию, уважаемые коллеги, гипотеза не подтверждается. Не подтверждается. И более того, я хочу подчеркнуть, что еще раз повторю, что совсем уже не связанное никак с производственной функцией знаменитая такая модель Оукена, где темп прироста реального ВВП, помните, объясняется изменениями уровня безработицы в национальной экономике. Вот она подтверждает именно следующее обстоятельство, что действительно, если в национальной экономике
the point
России
is that if the national economy of Russia is growing and the labor input is growing 1%, then the GDP grows 2%.
Мне кажется, этот вывод
thank you very much.
В определенном смысле является интересным и, быть может, даже неожиданным. Я параллельно оценивал производственные функции экономики Соединенных Штатов. Вот там это не так.
In parallel, I evaluated the GDP of the United States, and it is the different relation. These are two different worlds. And I want to also to point out that of Russia, a journal, will be interested to publish these methods. Maxim, what is our time?
Я надеюсь, выдержал это время, Максим
Александрович. I got into time, into the correct approach. Well, we are more or less within the agenda. Well, I don't know yet whether Mr. Presnyakov will be speaking because he is disconnected.
Спасибо большое еще раз за внимание, уважаемые коллеги.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your attention. And the next speaker is Gidgarov Yakov Semyonovich. He is back from Yakov Semyonovich. Are you here?
Спасибо.
He's back from after his classes.
Я прошу извинить, действительно был на занятиях.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry to change the agenda because indeed I was on classes.
Но спасибо за предоставленную возможность.
However, thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in the discussion and in this event.
Тема, которую я заявил в программе, обозначена.
My topic that I announced in the agenda
до уважаемой аудитории мысль о том, что системный подход экономической науки имеет самые разнообразные проявления, подтверждения, в том числе в историческом контексте. На одной из конференций я выступал с сообщением о том, что, на мой взгляд, в экономической науке пионерами системного подхода явились немецкие исследователи, так называемая немецкая историческая школа. Это период середины, второй половины XIX столетия. А вот на заявленной на сегодня тематике речь должна идти о экономикс, принципе экономикс Альфреда Маршалла. Этот великий экономист конца XIX века, один из родоначальников неоклассицизма, свое творчество обозначил по признанию многих экономистов через призму системного подхода, системного анализа. Во всяком случае, он один из тех, который способствовал преодолению, в известной мере, преодолению ортодоксии в экономической науке. Ортодоксальное начало в экономической науке многообразно. Они проявляют себя через предмет и метод исследования того или иного ученого, в том числе еще и через теоретическое осмысление тех или иных положений экономической науки. И хотелось бы подчеркнуть, что Маршалл один из тех, кто способствует преодолению ортодоксии. Но это, пожалуй, один из этапов, один из эпизодов на этом длинном промежутке эволюции, времени, развития экономической науки. Это некая преамбула. Что касается Альфреда Маршалла, его принципов экономики, 1890 год, как охарактеризовал это сочинение Марк Блау,
This
видный
work
историк
of Marshall
экономист современности,
was characterized by
Маршалл
Mark
явился
Glauc.
тем, кто смог
Mark
примирить,
Glauc said that
цитирую,
Marshall was the one
примирить
who
старую классическую экономическую теорию с новой
managed to combine the
неоклассической.
old economic theory
Конец цитаты.
with the new
Неоклассическая берется в кавычки.
neoclassical theory.
Я бы точно бы согласился с
I would like to
этим
agree
определением неоклассическое в кавычках, потому что неоклассицизм
that
это не есть
if we put
только
the
творчество Маршалла,
neoclassical
Кларка, Паретта и
approach
других первооткрывателей
because this neoclassical was not
предельного
only
экономического анализа
Pareto,
с учетом
Marshall, and others, and
взаимодействия
other researchers.
обеих сфер экономики одновременно. Потому что Норимская революция
involved
начинается
both
в 70-е годы 19 столетия. На том этапе
The economic revolution
каузальный метод, каузальный
in
подход
years
доминировал.
70 of
Вот
the
второй
19th
этап
century.
маржиналистской революции,
And this was the causal method.
в
And the
основном,
second
в том числе благодаря
period of
Альфреду
the second
Маршаллу,
stage of the
это
causalist revolution
преодоление
also
приверженности к
through
каузальному методу, предпочтение ему
the
функционального
activities
метода,
of Marshall.
функционального
So
анализа.
the
Когда
causal
экономика
methods were
впервые
overcome and
среди
functional
либеральных
methods were
экономистов
introduced. At that
рассматривается
moment,
как
this
некая
was
система,
considered among
целостная
the
система,
liberal economists,
где
and the
нет
economy
первичного и
was
вторичного.
considered
Как
as
у классиков,
the
первичная сфера
complete system.
производства,
There is no
вторичная или производная является
primary and secondary
сферой
areas,
спроса.
like the
Или
classical
же
economists
у
would
первых
say that the
оппонентов
production is the
на
primary
первом этапе
area and
маржиналистской
the
революции,
consumption is the secondary.
экономистов-субъективистов в лице
But if we
Менгеля,
recall
Вальдераса,
subjective economists,
Джеванса,
Менгель,
когда
Вальдерас,
на
Джеванс,
первый план ставилась проблематика сферы
they
потребления,
were
сферы
putting
спроса,
the consumption
и
at the first place.
акцентировалось внимание на том, что
And
это самое
additional attention
значимое,
was given to
важнейшее
the
с
fact
точки зрения либералов
that the
теория
consumption and the
экономической
demand
науки,
is
теория
the
стоимости,
most important
что ее
theory.
нужно осмысливать
The value theory is very
с
important one.
учетом проблематики спроса, потребления, предельная полезность.
It is
Она
very important that the marginal utility is the foundation of the formation of the value of the cost of the commodities in the market economy.
Что хотел сказать Блаук,
What
я так
Blau
полагаю, когда говорил,
like to
что
say actually when he was
Маршалл
saying
примирил
Marshall
старую, то есть классическую
reconciled
и новую.
the old classical
Конечно,
economy and the new
речь идет
economic science.
прежде всего в этом расширительном подходе.
We are talking,
Предмет
first of all,
исследования политэкономов. Это не проблематика в начале сферы производства, а сферы потребления,
we're talking not about the problems of the production and the consumption. And the consumption is the secondary role. But we have to understand that
единая система,
the economy
которая
is
нет
a system as a whole,
первичной или вторичной
we do not
составляющей, как наиболее
see
важной.
any primary or secondary parts.
Вот этот момент в творчестве Альфреда Маршалла, пожалуй, он является прорывным, и это один из важных шагов в преодолении ортодоксии, а именно в экономической науке не может быть важной, особо важной составляющей, особо важной сферы. Это сфера производства. Господин Маркс, который считался учеником, последователем Смита Рикарда, он ведь, как бы продолжая этот вектор, настаивал на том, что в экономике есть некое базисное начало, а есть надстроечная составляющая. И будущее светлое общество, к которому общество должно прийти, это вот коммунистическое, с ее фазами. И вот на пути строительства коммунизма важнейшим этапом является ее
the most important
материально-техническая
stage
база,
would be the construction of the material and technical basis
составляющую
of communism.
научно-практическую,
And this
хотели
element,
реализовать и в
scientific
советском
and
периоде.
practical element,
Вот
was
приверженность
supposed
каузальному методу, каузальному подходу,
Soviet
причинно-следственному.
and
Это одна из
we stick to the
ортодоксальных
causal
составляющих до принципов экономикс Альфреда
then
Маршалла.
we will follow the
Alfred Marshall
orthodox approach, preceding
Солидаризируясь
to
с
Alfred
Блауком,
Marshall.
смог примирить
Alfred
для него
Marshall managed to
нет
reconcile
особо значимой роли сферы производства, а потом
different
сферы
roles,
потребления. И наоборот.
and there was no specific areas for the
И последний момент.
production
Это
and
знаменитый крест
for the
Маршалла,
consumption. And
знаменитое
the last
лезвие
point
ножниц.
is the important
Здесь
edge of
тоже
Marshall,
колоссальный
the
прорыв
so-called scissor
от
blades.
ортодоксальной теории стоимости
And this was also a
к
breakthrough from the orthodoxal value theory
первой попытки, может
to
быть,
the first effort
уйти от этого ортодоксального подхода, когда
to
причина
part from this orthodoxal
формирования
approach.
стоимости, механизм формирования стоимости рассматривается исключительно в сфере производства, в сфере
And the
предложения.
orthodoxal approach was the one
Затраты,
when the
говорили
formation of
классики,
value was in the production only, in the production area.
Или как выразился Адам Смит,
As Adam Smith
сумма
put it,
доходов
the sum
формирует
of
стоимость любого товара. А доходы
revenues
обусловлены издержками,
or incomes form the value of which commodity, and the
другая версия,
incomes are
антокритериальная, у тех же
dependent
классиков,
on the costs of
в
the
частности, у
land,
Рикардо,
production,
Маркса, у
and
Милля.
labor.
Тоже один
Another point
фактор,
of view,
затратный фактор, это затраты
with
труда.
Ricardo, Marx, and Mill,
Так вот,
the main
по
factor
Маршаллу
was
не
the
только затраты, не только издержки,
labor
но и
costs.
полезность.
But
Полезность
Marx
предельная.
also was looking not
Имеет
only on the costs, but also on the utility, the
значение
marginal
в
utility.
процессе
And
формирования
this
стоимости.
had importance
Когда
in the formation
я
of
могу
value.
эту цитату озвучить, у Маршалла есть
I want to
следующее
quote Marshall
утверждение.
said the
Мы
following:
могли бы с равным основанием
we
спорить
could
о том,
equally
регулируется ли
debate
стоимость
whether
полезностью
the value
или
is
издержками
regulated by the
производства.
utility
Как
or
о
by the
том,
costs,
разрезает ли
production
кусок
costs.
бумаги верхнее или нижнее лезвие ножниц.
But this would be the same to discuss whether the paper would be cut by the upper blade or the lower blade of the scissors. So the merit of Marshall in this area was the following.
На ряд десятилетий убедил в том, что
persuaded quite a lot of researchers for decades that the problems of cost should be considered from the system analysis point of view, and to consider the interaction of two factors simultaneously, both the demand and the supply, and the marginal costs and the marginal utility.
Равно как мы признаем, что
Indeed, similarly,
ни одно из лезвий разрезает бумагу,
that this is not one blade of the scissors is cutting the paper, but there are two blades interacting simultaneously. And the same thing is applied to the cost formation and the value formation.
И спрос, и предложение, и цена
And
спроса,
this
и
is an
цена
interaction of the demand and the supply, and the cost of demand and the cost of supply, and similarly we are talking about the marginal utility and marginal costs. Yes, this
на системном подходе, но она не является собой
was a breakthrough one, and it was based on the systems approach, but this was not the last word in the economic science. The systems approach and the systems analysis has been followed, and it has been developed later in the 20th century. Well, my time is limited and my volume is limited, but I want to
отмечу,
take
что
this opportunity to
в
point out the
20-30-е годы 20-го
In
столетия
the 20s and 30s,
теория
in the years
стоимости
20s and 30s of
через
the 20th
призму
century,
синтезированного
the
подхода,
theory of
системного
value
анализа,
through the
сейчас
systemic
выбирает в
approach,
себя еще
systemic
одну
analysis,
составляющую, а именно
assumed one more
потребительское поведение,
component.
эффект
And
Веблина.
this was the consumer behavior, the Veblen
Одна из
effect.
позиций в этой связи,
And
когда
one of the
именно
points in
потребительское
this
поведение
regard
предопределяет
was that the consumer behavior
или существенно влияет, проявляет себя в процессе
influences
формирования стоимости.
importantly
И еще один пример
the process
у
of value
Джона
formation.
Коммонса, который
And one more
отмечает,
example
что
can
стоимость
be
любого
taken
товара,
from John Commons.
как
He
он себе
pointed out
представляет,
that
является
the value
собой
of any commodity
юридическое соглашение коллективных
is
институтов.
the
И в этой связи я
legal agreement of
привожу
collective
студентам
users. And in this
пример,
regard, I always
предположим,
give an example
как
to the students.
согласование
How the
стран,
coordination
входящих
of,
в
between the
картель
countries,
ОПЕК, плюс Россия и некоторые другие страны,
plus Russia and
раз
some
в
other
год
countries,
или чаще,
they
сопровождается тем,
hold
что
the meeting once
согласовывается
a year or more often,
объем
and they
добычи
agree on the
нефти в
volume
баррелях,
of
суточный
oil
объем,
production
в зависимости от того,
in
как
barrels per day.
договор
And
состоится, на каком уровне, увеличить на 2-3 миллиона в сутки добычу или наоборот уменьшить, или как буквально на днях согласовали, что увеличить не больше, чем на 500 тысяч
Just a few days ago,
OPEC
countries agreed on the increase for not more than 500,000 barrels per day. What are the outcomes of this? This agreement of collective
еще никак не изменилось предельная полезность или предельные издержки по добыче нефти. Но этого заявления, этого решения уже было достаточно, чтобы на рынках ценных бумаг, рынках капитала, рынках многих товаров произошла соответствующая реакция, и во всяком случае цена нефти, барреля нефти удержалась на приемлемой для России и стран уровне под $50, что в значительной мере влияет на уровень цен, на ценообразование, на многие товары в товарном мире. Таким образом, системный подход, системный анализ, к которому причастен Альфред Маршалл, мы не можем не принять во внимание, и этот период конца 19 столетия. Это один из важных периодов, важных этапов преодоления ортодоксии в экономической науке благодаря системному подходу, системному анализу, который стал важнейшей, неотъемлемой частью того раннего неоклассицизма. Далее экономическая наука в этом направлении продвигается, развивается. Полагаю, что будущее, конечно же, вот в этом системном подходе, системном анализе, в том числе обозначенном Самуэльсоном как процесс, который не имеет начала, не имеет завершения. Процесс неоклассического синтеза. Это экономические явления, процессы рассматриваются и должны рассматриваться во взаимосвязи и взаимообусловленности. Я, может быть, перебрал время. Благодарю за
Sorry if I overused my time, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Yakov Semyonovich. As always, your statement was very interesting and very useful for us. And it turned out that Alan Marshall indeed is among us as the participant of a never-ending conference on the systemic analysis. It is very interesting and useful. And I believe that this Marshall Cross is the symbol of what we consider now a new economic theories. This is the symbol of unity. On one hand, on one of the axes we have the production and consumption, and the other axis is the distribution and the exchange. Colleagues, any questions to Yakov Semyonovich? Good afternoon. I've got a following question. Maybe unexpected but interesting. I remember that I participated in one of the previous presentations. And my question is as follows. Have you practiced the comparative studies of different economic schools, like German school and Austrian schools? They are quite close geographically, but their approaches are quite different. Or maybe to compare American school and French school, or maybe Russian school. Are there any specific features that could give additional hints to the principles of analysis?
Спасибо вам, уважаемый Владимир. Просто замечательный вопрос. Именно потому, что экономическая наука,
because
это только сравнительный анализ может показать. Только сравнительный анализ. Системный подход, системный анализ. Экономическая наука не является космополитичной наукой, как говорит немецкий исследователь. Она не может располагать какими-то универсальными
economic science cannot have the universal or common solutions.
Программами. По какой причине? Именно по той причине, что, как вы заметили, есть немецкая школа, есть австрийская, есть американская, есть в самом деле и российская школа, о чем в последние годы своей жизни во многих последних своих сочинениях писал академик Абалкин. Я за неимением времени не буду охарактеризовывать сущность и особенности разных школ. Но коль скоро вы упомянули, предположим, австрийская и немецкая, совсем рядышком, обе страны немецкоговорящие, казалось бы, но обе страны как были, так и остались на многие десятилетия идейными соперниками. В том числе почему? Немецкие исследователи впервые так широко обратились к системному подходу, к системному анализу, что вопреки немецкоязычному великому ученому Карлу Марксу, немецкие исследователи, еще, может быть, даже чуть раньше, чем сам Маркс, в творчестве Фридриха Листа, Адама Мюллера и других, заявляли о том, что не может быть универсальных решений, универсальных подходов, что в каждой стране есть свои традиции, обычаи, что нельзя не учитывать влияние, между прочим, и государства, и других институтов в обществе. В то время как по Марксу все страны мира непременно пройдут именно тот путь экономического развития, что сейчас наблюдается там, в Великобритании, в Англии, где 3 последних десятилетия проживал в своей жизни Карл Маркс, и очень уверовал в то, что вот этот путь развития и хозяйственной жизни, и в экономической науке, скорее всего, пройдут все страны. Этого не произошло, и не может такого быть. Что касается австрийской школы, то вот Карл Менгер и его последователи в пику, так сказать, тем же немецким исследователям, английским, заявили о том, что проблематика потребления, проблематика спроса, ну уж точно является весьма значимой, и именно в сфере спроса, в сфере потребления, в глазах потребителя, через потребительский спрос, мы можем
said that through the consumer,
более или менее достоверно
demand, we can
ответить на вопрос, почему один
more or
товар
less
дешевле или
accurately
дороже
answer
другого.
why a
Вообще,
given
почему
product is more
экономическое благо
expensive than another
не
given
всегда
product.
может
Why
оставаться экономическим? По какой причине?
cannot the economic good
А в том
be
числе
the
по той
same all the
причине,
time?
что
The reason for that
предельная
is
полезность существует
that the
ровно до
limit
тех пор,
use
пока
exists
она
until
принимается самими людьми.
it is
Если
accepted as
люди
such
перестанут
by the
курить,
people.
пишет
If
Карл Менгел,
people
значит,
stop
табак
smoking, Carl Mengel
не будет экономическим
says,
благом.
then the
Нет у
tobacco will
табака
stop to be the economic
в
good.
каком-то будущем времени ни предельной
So at some
полезности,
point
ни
in the
каких-то
future,
фабрик, заводов и
the
так
people may
далее.
believe that factories are no longer the economic good. We're nearing the
Спасибо,
discussion of the
спасибо
future.
за
So
этот
I guess
замечательный
the
вопрос.
time is up, but
Спасибо.
thank you for your question. Maxim, let us move on.
Спасибо.
Yes, colleagues, let us move on. The only issue is there is one thing I need to take care of. We have translators. So please press the translation button and select the appropriate language. Because Yakov Semyonovich's voice was at the same level as the interpreter's sound volume. Also, please don't be too fast, so for our translators to be able to interpret accurately. And now the floor is given to Orson from Great Britain. He is with us, and he's going to present in a minute.
Hello, I'm just sharing the screen. Well, I would like to first compliment for the presentations and the organization. It's really fascinating discussion. Can you hear me? Just to...
Да, все отлично.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, great. So I would like to start. I mean, it's not about directly on economics, but it's about my presentation is about Alexander Bogdanov's work. It's foundational importance and contemporary relevance in relation to the unity of systems paradigm. And since Alexander Bogdanov is actually the first systems thinker who did employ an system analysis, his own system analysis on economy. I mean, his first book was a short course in economic science, which was praised by Lenin, and it was the first economics teaching book. So that's also relevant, I think. I would like to, before starting, I would like to thank Gerald Mishley and Mike Jackson for their support and for their presentations they did yesterday. It was kind of opening the ground for me to bring this arguments forward. And I would like to also thank to Fabian Tomset, who is going to who has a presentation this afternoon. Because I got the idea of linkage between the unity of science, discussion, debate, and the emergence of systems ideas. So my research, the main thesis of my research are like this: critical system study of Bogdanov's work and ideas today in relation to the unity of science question. Would give us the boundary conditions in which system approaches emerged for the first time. And such a study of the initial conditions in which the systems paradigm emerged would allow us to reorganize systems approaches into a full-fledged scientific paradigm, which is greater than the sum of its parts. So I start with the wicked problem of the unity of science, as we discussed yesterday, first day of this discussion. I mean, there was a great amount of attention on this problem. which is actually common issue coming up in every conferences, every discussions. What is systems? What is its definition of the system? What's its relations to the sciences? What is its relation to what is the relationship between cybernetics, complexity, all the different strands, operation research, structuralism, and so forth. So to address this wicked problem, I start from the fact that Bogdanov's work had become a lost paradigm and was excluded from the history of systems approaches. From its development and evolution. There have long been issues with the systems paradigm failing to attain a sense of compact, coherent, accessible organization and unity. So to address this problem, I used a version of critical systems thinking advanced by Gerald Midgley, who yesterday presented his approach called systemic intervention, based on the idea of developing a boundary critic, and based on that boundary critic, building a systemic intervention to address the problem and provide improvements. So my boundary critic starts with the fact that there is a disconnection between the history of the unity of science debate, which is a historical debate that goes earlier to the earlier period of the unity of science debate of the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, which was led by the Vienna Circle thinkers like Otto Neurath and Karl Hempel and Rudolf Carnap and the others. So this importance of this debate is really key for the discussion on the unity of systems paradigm. When we look at today's literature of philosophy and history of science, we do not see its reference to systems, cybernetics, and complexity literatures in relation to the discussion about the notion of the unity of science. And similarly, systems, cybernetics, and complexity literatures do not refer to the history and philosophy of science literature when addressing the unity of science issue, while system thinkers see themselves as the protagonists of the idea of the unity of science. This is a kind of striking gap. And based on this boundary critic, I established that Bogdanov and technology as the first emergent moment of the systems paradigm in its full form remained marginalized for a long time. And this has been a big consideration, issue for the systems thinking. So I try to identify the primary boundary, as Gerald Midgley yesterday was formulating in his presentation. So the primary boundaries of the systems, general systems theory, cybernetics, and complexity discourses is seen as something. It starts in the 1930s, especially in the US or in the West, with the general systems theory, or before that, Andreas Angyal's article in 1939 about the structure of wholes, and before that, maybe John Smoot's Holism and Evolution, 1927 book. And also Mirology of Tarski and Stanislav Lewskiewski, Polish mathematicians and logicians. Tarski was in the US, but also some reference to the Gestalt psychologist, but mainly starting point is accepted as the general systems theory of Ludwig von Bartholomä, because cybernetics and general systems theory was actually formal official movements. They were legitimate and forming communities around these courses. What happens here is, again, the early unity of science debates, which took place in the second part of the 19th century and the early 20th century is excluded from the boundary formation, boundary conditions of the systems thinking. As a result, formative influence of this debate, foundational importance of this debate on the systems paradigm is not captured. It has remained outside of the discussion. And we were unable to benefit from this debate when discussing the unity of systems paradigm. So as Gerald Midgley yesterday was discussing about identifying the values, is important to see on the definition of boundaries. So for this, for the systems thinking community today, it seems like the general acceptance about positivism is bad, it is reductionist, determinist, atomist, and mechanistic approach, and inherited positivism is a way. From this kind of positivism, we need to stay away because observer is separated from the observed world in this approach, and value neutral, positivistic, and pure natural science methodology should not be used on social and human subject matter. These values are important in the exclusion of, I think, the early unity of science debates, both for system literature and for the history of science and philosophy of science literatures, because of the evolution of the debate from the time of Simmel, Dilthey, Weber, and Ricard to the Frankfurt School. Continental development of continental philosophy was making a stress on this to establish a separate social science field from the natural sciences. Also, the critique of unity of science idea as a positivistic and totalizing idea was part of this boundary formation. So when I start to develop a systemic intervention based on this boundary critique, I have to draw a secondary boundary, which includes the discussion about the unity of science, historical discussion about the unity of science, and I would compare the values in that discussion. From there, I would make a comparison between these two boundaries and values of these within these boundaries, accepted in these boundaries, and giving a voice to marginalized Bogdanov and his technology. These would be my systemic strategies for a systemic intervention, and in order to bridge the compare the two, to draw a secondary boundary, I thought I need to go into the key debates on the unity of science, and I could find several key debates that took place from the mid-19th century on, which was really formative for all the ideas gave way to the systems paradigm's emergence. These were one of these discussions is between the Emil de Bois-Reymond and Ernst Haeckel in Germany about the limits and gaps in the scientific knowledge. So the Emil de Bois-Reymond makes public speeches from 1870s on. These were becoming really famous and influential about the word riddles. The problems or the issues we could not know, no matter how our science is developed. And Ernst Haeckel publicly criticized this notion of word riddles. And this discussion becomes so formative that neo-Kantian and monist movements is formed around this discussion, and almost all scientific disciplines like psychology, sociology is addressing this gap from unitary monistic perspective or or a perspective that defends the independence of social science from the natural science methodology. For example, psychology is emerging as a second-order science. Exactly similar discussion happened in the systems community about the second-order, say, systems thinking and second-order cybernetics. The emergence of psychology and sociology is responding to this second-order issue within the modern science. For example, second key discussion is about the parts and wholes, from the Herbert Spencer and Hermann von Helmholtz to Wundt, the founder of psychology, and his student Titchener. In the US, he was very influential. He influenced Wundt, and Titchener's work influenced William James. I mean, these are the founders of psychology. And from James, Durkheim get the functionalist ideas, and structuralist functionalism is formed based on these ideas. Husserl has a chapter in his 1901 book, Logical Investigations. His chapter title was On the Theory of Wholes and Parts, made a deep influence on Dilthey, who dedicated his life to create a legitimate argument for the independent social sciences from natural sciences. I mean, these discussion, in the middle of this discussion came Weber, Rickert, and then Simmel. I mean, Weber and Weber's argument on values marks the first value debate, together with Simmel's anti-positivism. Frankfurt School takes up these ideas, and the famous second value debate between Karl Popper and Habermas and Adorno forms the values. I was just talking about the values of the first boundaries. And anyway, I go further. So making this analysis, let us see that all the pioneers of the system paradigm were directly responding to the key unity of science debates. For example, I will go first this way. I mean, what we see is system paradigm is emerging as a scientific synthesis, going beyond the two strands of the contemporary Western thought by targeting the unity of science. On the one hand, we had Whitehead and Russell's work leading the analytic philosophies, and on the other, Husserl and his influence work leading to the continental speculative philosophies, which cannot address, the second strand is critical of unity of science, and the first strand, reductionist unity of science ideas of the analytic philosophers of Vienna Circle, it feeds into the critique of unity of science, positivistic unity of science idea. And then from there, we see that from the unity of science discussion, there's a direct way to the unity of systems paradigm discussion. And within this framework, Bogdanov's technology is the only fully developed conceptual framework that aims and realizes the fully developed universal science based on the systems ideas. So there are Gestalt psychologists, John Sumut Solism, neurology, Angial's article, structuralism of Talcott, de Saussure, Claudio Levi, and then von Bertalanffy and Wiener and Ashby's cybernetics developed without a full conscience, coherent methodology and conceptual framework. I don't know how am I doing with my time, but
3 minutes.
Okay. We have 3 minutes.
Okay, I can round up. So giving a Bogdanov voice actually highlights the value, the misconceptualizations in the values, formulates the primary boundaries of the systems thinking, and understanding its history and emergence, and giving Bogdanov's a voice and analyzing his philosophical foundations. For example, knowing that this work is the only compact and coherent one, and develops a conceptual and methodological framework, principles and methods, which lacks in systems theory, general systems theory, cybernetics, and complexity. And this is directly targeting to form a universal science of organization is really important. The key systems concept like emergence, boundary, dynamic equilibrium, all these terms are embedded in an integral form in Bogdanov's technology. This is really important. Bogdanov's work has an embedded second order approach. So it's not like starting with a realist approach, a positivistic approach, but he starts from the second order perspective embedded in his theory. And accordingly, class positions in society determines what kind of science and scientific knowledge is produced. Observer is not separate from the observed world. No absolute and objective truth. These were all things critics, anti-positivists and critics of unity of science idea were advancing. So Bogdanov eliminates all these critics. And Bogdanov's work is also enable us to develop a system study of scientific revolutions, which is similar to Kant's work of structure of the scientific revolutions, or Nagel's work, structure of scientific revolutions. And I can just pass these parts. Yes. So these things shows that the values formed in terms of formation of the primary boundaries for the systems thinking is actually misconceptions and emphasizing the secondary boundaries that includes the unity of science debate and targeting the overcoming of marginalization of Bogdanov gives us the possibility to reorganize systems thinking in a more coherent and organized whole, as an organized whole which is greater than the sum of its parts. So this was all. So I'm over.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Very interesting and very important insight. Bogdanov's name is put above the system studies, and it will remain there for the time to come. We very appreciative for your presentation covering Bogdanov's work and its importance in the debate of the unity of science. Have you got any questions to our distinguished speaker?
Да, Джеральд, пожалуйста.
Gerald, okay. Please.
Hi, Orsan. It's a good presentation. Do you think that different parts of the systems community marginalize Bogdanov for different reasons? I'm just thinking that from the point of view of a general system theorist, it's rather inconvenient that Bogdanov did a lot of that work before they did. But from the point of view of a critical systems person, it still echoes some of the, not positivistic, but some of the hard systems paradigm, if you like, that they might critique. So I'm wondering if there are different reasons for marginalization.
Of course, great question. But first of all, I think for the Russian systems thinker, as yesterday one of the speakers, the participants mentioned, Bogdanov was a profane character. You couldn't talk about him at all. And if you did, like Bukharin and others, you would be executed. I mean, especially in the Stalinist periods. But from the Lenin's time, I mean, Lenin spent a lot of effort to dismiss Bogdanov. He republished his Materialism and Pre-Criticism in 1921, and then his last thing he published in 1923 was against Alexander Bogdanov in the banner under the banner of Marxism, with a very directed, I mean, conscious preface. So in Russia, I think it's like that. Even Vadim Sadovsky, I mean, he admits that they were not able to talk about without criticizing him and putting Lenin higher than him, which was not the case at all. And in the West, of course, like the time Bertalanffy was talking about all these issues, if he didn't want to put himself for the creator position, there was a Cold War period. And in between 1930s and 40s and 50s, the academia, there was a purge of Marxists because of the revolution. So these are, I think, the reasons of marginalization, but also the German language lost its centrality, and English became the international language, which most of the key discussions related to unity of science remained in Russian German. But Russians were really following all the German discussions. That was very formative. And after that, I think post-structuralist critique has a really negative impact. Like Althusser is a direct critic of Bogdanov, which is very interesting and strange because it goes against his Hegel criticism, because Bogdanov has a very similar Hegel criticism, similar to Althusser. So his Althusser students become post-structuralists, famous post-structuralist French philosophers. And in that atmosphere, Bogdanov cannot find a voice. And from 60s on, lots of people start recognizing, I mean, slowly in Russia. And then, but today I think there is no, it is kind of, Bogdanov is emancipated, his work is being translated in English. And in Russia, there is lots of attention and knowledge of him. So this can be a really new renaissance for Bogdanov. So I don't know what can be else, but it can be really good to study and research about that.
Да, спасибо большое.
Thank you.
Я хочу напомнить, что
Let me remind you that 18 months ago, in the financial university, we had a big conference dedicated to Bogdanov. And it will probably be repeated next year. This will be the second conference. It will be held once every 2 years, dedicated to Bogdanov, his life and work, and his influence on the Russian scientific thought. So I encourage all colleagues interested in life and work of Alexander Bogdanov join the conference. So you're cordially invited to take part in this conference. So we'll keep you posted on this event. So thank you again for your brilliant talk. And our next speaker is, actually, we're going to have a lunch break. That's good news. So the lunch is till 2:20. Then we'll have the following speakers: Tatiana Petrenko, Fabian Tomset, Nadezhda Solovych. I don't see her in the participants list, but I hope she will join later. And Natalia Belaus and Vasilieva Yelena. The last two will have a joint presentation. So lunch is till 2:20. So please do not disconnect from the conference. Just simply come back to your laptop or mobile device at an appropriate time. Okay, have a good lunch.
Приобретем. Коллеги, меня слышно?
Colleagues, can you hear me well? Yes.
Да, спасибо большое.
Thank you.
Я благодарен всем, кто остался.
Thank you everyone who decided to stay with us. We're going to discuss very interesting things. Although there is a lot of information, it is not easy to digest all that we're yet to hear. So this is the second part of our session today. Maxim, please. So we decided to speed up, well, for us not to be late. So please, the speakers and those who are going to answer questions, please be brief and watch the time. This refers to everyone, including myself. So each speaker has 20 minutes, 15 minutes for the report, and 5 minutes for discussion and questions. 5 minutes before your time, before 20 minutes, I will let you know how much time you have left for Q&A. The floor is given to Tatiana Petrenko. She will speak about the changing paradigm of economic science amid innovative development. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you see my slides? Yes, we can. Where do you come from? I come from the town of Taganrog Institute of Management and Economics. Great, welcome. Thank you. Dear colleagues, let me deliver a report on the change of the paradigm of economic science, which are due to the changes in the current economic system. We'll talk about a new society that is being established. We call it the economy of knowledge, information economy, or post-informational economy. Well, it means changes in all spheres of life due to structural shifts in productivity, resources, and this requires transformation of production relations and all other relations among people. Information is a key in this change. Information is an economic category that requires new approaches, new style of thinking. So we're talking about the new paradigm of economic science. We can talk about the dialectic unity when quantitative changes transition to quality. This is important. Convergence of computing capabilities, creation of new sectors of the economy take place. And this means that economy plays a great role in industrial and regional development, which is always present amid transformational changes. It also affects social and economic development. Many facts of the current world do not fit into the available structure. It is not always easy to find rationale for each change. So we can see shifts of priorities as we produce values. So we shift from traditional resources to informational resources, which, although it has always existed at all development phases, but it has not been considered as a productive value. So the fifth technological revolution prompted discussion of information as an economic entity, which helps describe what is going on and to describe the current method of production. According to Leo Tolstoy, knowledge is a weapon and not a goal. So the motive for expanding scientific knowledge in terms of science methodology is in compliance between the empirical material and ability to justify it rationally from the point of view of available theoretical structures. The science faces a skew towards empirism and pragmatism, moving away from addressing general issues, which is only possible as part of a new theory, which was pointed out by Thomas Kuhn. So as we build a new economic paradigm, we see that accumulated knowledge does not eliminate the previous knowledge, but it integrates the previous knowledge and provides a wider system of views. Let me specifically emphasize that the emergence of the new paradigm is rather due to a new system of ideas and concepts, and also it is due to the formation of the new thinking mode and change in methodology and conceptual tools of science. So supposed to describe a system which is consolidated, we can understand its functioning as we identify the features of the system that affect its components. In this case, we can illustrate the actions of the system, explain the objective laws of its functioning, of its operation, dependencies and trends specific to the system, which explain stability of the system, dialectic synthesis of the actual process through knowledge abstract in the area of economic research. We can define a uniform social and economic field as an internal link between the objective world and its subjective reflection in the person's mindset. Abstract and specific, linking the abstract and the specific is the most difficult challenge. Through thinking, humans can understand the entity of the economic field, and this would be the most abstract understanding of the paradigm of the economic science itself. Systematization of information about specific empirical facts, their research and analysis can reflect specific features of the economic life. The concept of social and economic field includes description of a phenomenon and also definition of fundamental principles that define at the level of scientific generalization the available order and possible development of this field as an internal link between the objective world and its subjective reflection in the human mindset. Both in philosophy and in economic science, the relation between the object and the subject implies direct, indirect, and reverse relations between the two. So the social and economic field is a dialectic synthesis, objects and subjects. It reflects unity and difference of the separate parts of industrial resources and economic behavior of an individual. If we visualize the understanding of the economic field and understand by it a consolidation of practices, its development will be phased, expansion of the environment, occupied by the economic field, and expressed by the variety of human economic activity. The law of dialectics, when quantity transitions to quality, it defines the transformation of the economic system itself, which requires rethinking of current economic life. Those changes is a consequence of evolution, and they do not contradict the current theory, but demonstrates the permanent development of the economic system. So, we do not reject the available approaches, but we offer rethinking of those approaches. features of the social and economic field. So these are consolidated, multi-factor, and resourceful character, and availability of value-based features represented in social, household, and other behavior stereotypes. When we talked about human behavior, it affects relation of a human to nature and each other. Thinking processes are directed to understand the essence of this activity, and we understand the paradigm as the laws that define the fundamentals of the social and economic field. A scientist, a researcher must be confident that social and economic sciences provide enough information that helps reflect the full system of laws that govern economic activity as part of the social and economic field. It is justified to say that following development of the field itself, we can see the changes in the objective laws of economic behavior, the forms of the historic and philosophic definition. We have 5 minutes remaining. So, paradigm of the economic science was originally related to philosophy. Today, it defines learning of the economic world, its content, and it is now widespread in the classic paradigm of the economic science. And in the process of industrialization of the economy, it has grown into a brand new paradigm. We focus on uniqueness, freedom of choice, and the style of scientific thinking has also changed. So economic environment is not simply a mechanism, but an organism. So we pay attention to the dynamic features and self-organization. This is the reason for the fact that self-organization should be at the center of economic science, and it is well defined as development of the economic system. So we focus on self-organization as leading to a spontaneous order. Also, there are informational components of the development, and this component is not made of separate elements, but it is information network that includes structural dependencies. The variability of development of economic systems moves away from understanding of variances of economic models, where a human is free from the principle of economic omnivision, as a human is limited in terms of the scope of data and information available to that individual. So we apply the principle of methodological pluralism to fully understand the essence of the changes. As we talk about the pluralism, it can be compared with humanism or dualism. This logical thing is used as a way to move away from primary and secondary factors. More specifically, we discuss relations between material and non-material facts, which is important for giving them a methodological status. From the informational approach point of view, we prioritize multi-factors, and we try to understand the original point of the analysis, and we also assume social and cultural changes or social and economic changes. To that regard, it is possible to identify certain synthetic facts. This multifactorial approach is good, and we should understand what is the originating factor, the society or the human. What should be the starting point of the analysis? And in microeconomy, it is the human. In macroeconomy, it is the society. And this is essential. There is no clear-cut definition of economics and economy. So the essence of this concept is not yet clear. The world is a consolidation of things, is a conglomerate of things, but individuals play a role as they are. Therefore, in the period of transformation, scientific results based on systematization of knowledge are especially relevant. Sorry for being so fast and so wordy. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? 5 minutes, as we planned. Yes, please go ahead with your questions. I don't want to be the only one asking.
Let me ask the question.
I will
because this is
ask a question. I would like to take this opportunity.
Very rare opportunity to talk to the colleagues in Moscow. And next will be Alla Alexandrovna Nikonova. Well, my question is as follows. When you were talking about the field, how do you understand this field? Because in certain way, field is a very overwhelming notion, like electron system or economy. Because sometimes we are talking about the informational field, and people normally take certain information there. Well, when we talk about the field, I use the notion formulated by Pierre Bourdieu. This is the combination of different practices, and at the same time, this is the description of analysis. So, social and economic field is a certain unity between the practices and our perception of practices. And parting from this, we consider the field as the overwhelming and generalizing notion. In other words, the practices and our perception of Are there any borders in this field, or is this field limitless? Well, practice and theory is okay. When we talk about the social and economic field, it is limited by the issues that are related to this. These are the knowledge and the material factors of production. And the quality transformation of the social and economic field requires the same level of material production. Thank you very much. And now, Alla Alexandrovna, your question? Do you hear me? Tatiana Viktorovna, is it possible to combine abstract and concrete in the common social and economic field within the systemic paradigm? Maybe you know this. Well, as a matter of fact, I simply didn't have enough time to present this. Can it be combined in the system analysis? And the same thing refers the methodological pluralism. When we talk about the formation of the social economic field, we are talking about our practices of perception and foundation for this. We cannot talk about these practices dividing the knowledge into psychology or economy, etc. It is very important to take into account the practices of social and economical field in order to reflect properly what is happening there in this field, how the changes take place, and to give the conditions for adequate reflection of this. And the general paradigm cannot be used separately. It can be based only on systemic analysis. Well, let's make it concrete and specific. What is lacking in this paradigm? Maybe the field.
Владимир Анатольевич, можете задать следующий вопрос, только кратко, если можно.
Буду предельно краток.
Well, very briefly. I'll try to be very brief. When we talk about the field, indeed, this is a very wide notion. But why you don't like the definition and the notion of the environment? Because we haven't yet spoken about the following point, whether the field forms the system or not. Well, why I introduce the notion of the field? The point is that when we form the paradigm of science, we understand that the empirical data does not get into the existing paradigm. The existing scientific categories or the existing doctrine that describes different tendencies. And we are trying to form a new we are trying to form the new approach. And for this, it is necessary to use the dialectics of the role of the abstract and the concrete in the economy. It is very important. So, in my view, the notion of the field is more overwhelming, and the existing publications cover more widely these problems. Thank you very much, Tatiana Viktorovna, for your presentation, and please give our regards to Sergei Avakov. I hope this will be easier to do.
Коллеги, слово предоставляется.
And now, colleagues, we give the floor to Fabian Thompson,
Соединенное Королевство,
the United Kingdom,
Ipswich.
Fabian, пожалуйста. Fabian, the floor is yours.
Hi. I'm just doing the screen share. Okay. So, what I'm looking at is Wikipedia. Can everybody hear me okay? I can't.
Да, все отлично.
Yes. Okay. You can... On screen share, I can't see what's going on in the... Yeah. So we can deal with Wikipedia as technology in action. And in some ways, this is a kind of, as I was doing research on this, I saw Anton Lutsenko's of the Seversky Institute of Technology talking about linking historiography with Bogdanov's works. And I'm doing this in the context of how the product cult developed in the United Kingdom. So to start off with, this is my principal argument, that Wikipedia is both a realization and supersession of Bogdanov's work as an encyclopedia. utilizing new forms of technology unavailable 100 years ago. Wikipedia, the encyclopedia anyone can edit, has become a truly vernacular encyclopedia. So, I'm going to start off with the physical and psychical distinction in relationship to Karl Kautsky's text on the morrow of the revolution from 1902, when he makes a distinction between communism in material production and anarchy in intellectual. And that is the type of socialist mode of production as it will develop from the rule of the proletariat, in other words, from the social revolution through the logic of economic facts, whatever might be the wishes, intentions, and theories of the proletariat. So he is making a distinction between physical and psychical, and I'm now going to compare these with Yochai Benkler's comparison between an economic distinction between rival and non-rival goods. So he takes as the example of apples as being rival. If I eat this apple, you cannot eat it. So, and if you want an apple, more resources have to go into it. However, when we look at intellectual production, once a scientist has established a fact, or once Tolstoy has written War and Peace, neither the scientist nor Tolstoy need spend a single second on producing additional War and Peace manuscripts, or it doesn't matter whether you are 100, 1,000, or 1,000,000. So, and the other aspect of the non-rivalry is that Benkler describes is that actually information is both input and output of its own production. In order to write today's academic or news article, I need access to yesterday's articles and reports. In order to write today's novel, movie or song, I need to use and rework existing cultural forms, such as storylines and twists. This characteristic is known to economists as the on the shoulders of giants effect, recalling a statement attributed to Isaac Newton. If I have seen Father, it's because I stand on the shoulders of giants. So this is the distinction that Benkler makes, which is an economic distinction as opposed to the classic distinction between material and psychical or intellectual objects. So I'm now going to proceed with a case study of the Workers' Encyclopedia. And in this, I'm looking at an outline of psychology which was published by the League, and they were linked with the National Council of Labour Colleges. And I'm provoking the question of what is a book? And in this, I start off with the book as an object. Vesh, excuse my pronunciation, as Lezitsky and Ehrenberg proposed in 1922, where they saw it as an assemblage of paper, congealed ink, and labour time. But I want to take this into a more systemic approach, in that you have the physical copy of a book, but then you have an edition of typographically identical objects. And so on the right over here, we have this book was first published in 1921, and then it goes through these different editions here. So is this the same book? The word is being used in a somewhat different way. And so what's happening is each edition is all the same. They're printed at the same time, but when you move from one edition to the next edition to the next edition, you get some variation. And so the production of the editions is a new level of systematization. So what's this got to do with the Workers' Encyclopedia? Well, we can go to look at this book published by Cedar Needham Poole called Prolet Cult. And this is what they say. In the final paragraph of Science and the Working Class, Bogdanov refers to a workers' university and says that out of the collective life of the institution, through the joint elaboration of the best teaching systems, there must arise a workers' encyclopedia. Feudal society had its encyclopedia based upon religion. The bourgeoisie, shortly before the French Revolution, wrote a secular encyclopedia. The proletariat, the class which has to refashion life upon a far more splendid scale, cannot do without an encyclopedia of its own. So they were then involved in setting up the plebs textbook committee, and this is what they said about it. The prolet culture textbooks conveying the elements of a fighting culture will supply the first requisites for such a workers' encyclopedia, and these the Plebs League hopes provide very shortly. And then they describe how the matter was then again discussed at the textbooks conference held in Cardiff, that's in Wales, on September the 4th, 1920. And then they say, for instance, there is now in preparation a textbook on the vitally important problem of the new psychology as it affects the proletarian outlooks. So this is the book, The Outline of Psychology, which I just showed. And when we look at the preface published by the Plebs Textbook Committee, then what they say is this book then is a first attempt to give the main facts and theories of contemporary psychology from the proletarian outlook, to get them entirely freed from the taint of bourgeois ideology. It's a contribution to proletarian science, to a science formulated, understood, and expounded by revolutionary workers for revolutionary workers. A science competent to enable the working class to realize the nature of its own aims. A science which organizes forces of the destruction of a social order based upon hereditable wealth, economic inequality, and the exploitation of man by man, and for the creation in its place, one based on scientific knowledge, an equal chance for all, and the universal service of the good of all. So this was published on the October the 1st, 1921, and, dear me, we went over a point there. This is the second part. No author's name appears on the title page of the outline. The Plebs Textbook Committee is responsible for the work to secure general uniformity of treatment. It was first drafted by one hand and was finally revised for the press by another, but quite a number of comrades have taken part in shaping it. In fact, it is an attempt at communal production. This notion of communal production will be carried a stage further if all who read the news this book will send to the League suggestions for the improvement of later editions. Thus, we shall initiate a series of books more truly representative of proletarian culture than the work of an individual can possibly be. Thus, we shall lay the foundations of a true workers' encyclopedia. So, this is basically a version of commons-based peer production, and this is from the 21st Century Commons Transition Primer. In commons-based peer production, contributors create shared value through open contributory systems, govern their common work through participatory practices, and create shared resources that can in turn be used in new iterations. This cycle of open input, participatory process, and commons-orientated output is a cycle of accumulation of the commons, in contrast to a capital accumulation. So this is exactly what is happening back with the production of these textbooks. So finally, there's the Wikinomics, which is available in Russian. I put the Russian cover there for your benefit. And this has four principles: openness, because not open standards and content, but financial transparency and an open attitude towards external ideas and resources. Peering, which replaces hierarchical models with a more collaborative forum. Sharing, which is a less proprietary approach. And acting globally, and certainly the very fact that the prolet cult is active in the UK as well as in Russia is an indication of that. So, I hope you all heard what I was saying. Yeah. Okay. I'm afraid during that I was oblivious of whether you could hear me or not.
Fabian.
Yes.
Fabian, спасибо, мы все слышали.
Thank you very much, Fabian. We did hear you. It was very interesting. And now, colleagues, you are welcome to ask questions to Fabian because we have enough time for questions and answers. You are welcome to ask questions. I would like to ask the following.
Поскольку вы апеллируете к Богданову,
Fabian, you are appealing to Bogdanov and his work. I remember that in Imperial Monism of Bogdanov, he used the notion of the organized experience. If we talk about this organized experience, is it applicable to the practices that you've mentioned in your presentation?
I would put it in terms of the organizing of knowledge. And knowledge, again, can we have knowledge that we don't experience? I don't think so. So it's to do with that cognitive aspects or that stage in which experience is taken and shared, and a broader shared experience is understood rather than us just sitting in our own individual experience. So for workers, an individual worker might experience the frustration and alienation of the labor process, but by coming together and acting in unison and with a view to basically workers' control, which was the thinking behind the Plebs League, very much influenced by the IWW and the industrial unionism. So the idea was that by sharing that experience, you can then create the knowledge which enables workers to take over the industrial processes which they themselves are involved in.
I also would like to ask a question to Fabian. Your report began with Wikipedia. Wikipedia is created by common efforts by the public. There is no direct president, there is no chief expert, and the sources of knowledge are different pieces that are taken together into the puzzle from different sources. Do you think there are prospects and expectations for the formation of the scientific literature?
I didn't quite catch that last
piece. Or maybe there should be. I mean, do you think these prospects are positive, or maybe there should be other approaches when there is a hierarchy? The former dictionaries were created from above down, and Wikipedia is created from below up. So, in your view, what is most promising way of collection of data?
I would say you cannot have one without the other. So, Wikipedia there was a kind of shift in Wikipedia about 11, 12 years ago, where they said, right, everything has to basically be verified. You have to, if you say such and such is the case, I have verified by showing you documents of the outline of psychology to verify that what I'm saying about it is true. So Wikipedia relies on secondary sources. Without secondary sources, you could not have Wikipedia. Wikipedia rests as a generalized form. And what that means is that through Wikipedia, you can look up a topic, and then if you want to get into the specialized information, you start looking at the references. So you go in and you travel into that. So what it is it's structuring knowledge in different levels. So you cannot have Wikipedia. It doesn't replace other forms. It supplements it, and it provides a means whereby you can track down the different sources. And in my own experience as somebody involved in editing, with the advent of the improvements of Google Translate, I can't really read Russian, but with Google Translate, I have access to information in Russian. Now I cannot actually read it. So in that sense, using these modern affordances of automated translation and in Wikipedia, I can start to assemble information, and that then enables other people to find the detailed text. And also, if I make a mistake or maybe I do something deliberately bad, it can be challenged and it can be changed. So it has that aspect, and it can be improved. So there's always, as new information comes available, whether it's new historical research or new scientific research, the encyclopedia can be updated, but it does rely on that, the more hierarchical forms of knowledge, or perhaps the more specialist approaches and what is called original research. So in Wikipedia, they say there's a ban on any original research. If you put original research up, they will take it down. If I put the material that I've just put up and just wrote that on Wikipedia, they say, no, that's original research. Do your original research and then have someone else come along, access that with fresh eyes and make it available, if they choose to, or not, if they think it's a waste of time.
Да, хорошо. Спасибо.
Thank you so much for your answer. Colleague, we have one more question. Corson, please.
Thanks, Fabian. It's great presentation. I picked up the historical aspect of this. I mean, at the time, 1921, based on Bogdanov's ideas, there comes a pleb league publication, and I know because they also published a short course of economics in English. So there is an impact of Bogdanov in England at the same time, around the times when proletariat discussion was at the peak in Russia. Do you think there were other countries or there were other connected influence of Bogdanov outside Russia?
Yes, I mean, and really the work of John Bigart here is very important. He did write Alexander Bogdanov and the Short History of the Kultintern. So Kultintern was the equivalent of the Comintern for prolet cult. And his original paper, written quite a while ago, has been updated. And the original version was published in a Russian journal, but it's very much worth seeing the updated paper, which takes it forward. So particularly, his paper doesn't deal with Germany, but certainly Germany, there was the League for Proletarian Culture, involved quite a lot with drama, and also tied in with the first Russian exhibition, when a lot of constructivist and other contemporary Russian art was presented in Berlin in 1922. So certainly Germany. I've seen references to stuff in Czech material, and also notably Gramsci did actually produce a translation of Red Star, and and there's a book, Prolet Cult, come out by the Wu Ming Collective. Wu Ming is a collective name, so it's continuing in this collaborative process. And they have, it's a kind of novelistic account of the period, but they've also done research talking about the prolet movement in Italy. Also, something I'm aware of, but I haven't got any detailed knowledge, is the impact in Japan, which is very interesting as well. So certainly in all of that, and I would say politically, it was more aligned with the left communists, like the Communist Workers' Party, as opposed to the Communist Party of Germany. So the political division, and amongst the people involved in the Plebs League, many of them had no interest in Leninism whatsoever. They regarded themselves as communists, but they weren't sure whether Lenin was a communist, because they saw his approach did not fit with, they were coming from industrial unionism and coming from the idea of direct workers' controls of the conditions of their living experience. And they didn't see how the Leninist party model related to that in a positive way. So that's another aspect of it. There's a proletarian university set up in Chicago by the Proletarian Party, who were Leninists but did not fit in with the Communist Party of Great Britain, linked with the publishers Charles Kerr. So there's a lot of history there which kind of really needs to be collated.
Thank you. Colleagues, shall we move on? Yes, we should move on. The next presentation is made by Roman Kachalova and Yulia Sliptsova, The Culture of Risk Management in Ecosystem, followed by Natalia Belausova and Elena Vasilyeva, a joint report.
Юлия Анатольевна, вам слово, пожалуйста.
Yulia Anatolievna, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will share my screen in a minute. Do you see my screen?
Пока что нет.
Not just yet.
Значит, сейчас Слепцова.
Так, извините.
Так, Юлия.
Yulia, how are you doing?
Вы еще здесь?
Are you here with us?
Извините, у меня сейчас технические неполадки, я как-то не могу сейчас
I have some technical issues. I'm trying hard to overcome them. So I guess the screen demonstration has started, screen sharing has started.
Правда, пока что черного цвета.
But we don't see any slides.
Постараемся.
Да, видно презентацию, нужно...
Yeah, we can see the slides.
Сейчас я показ слайдов постараюсь запустить, и все.
I will launch the slide view. Very sorry for the technical difficulties. My connection is not very stable.
Тут проблемы с вашим звуком. Я вам рекомендую попробовать выключить камеру.
Please turn off your camera because the sound is not very good. I will do that.
Сейчас у меня немножко подвисло. Я как только отвиснет, я сразу отключу камеру и начну.
I will turn my camera off as soon as I can and start presenting. Can you see my slides now? No, it was white, and now, yes, we can see the content or contents. This is a joint report of Roman Kachalov and myself, and we would like to speak about risk management culture in social and economic ecosystems. Briefly, we will speak about ecosystems without mentioning social and economic ecosystems. So these are the contents of the report. We'll speak about the phenomenon of economic risks, ways to control and manage risk in ecosystems, and we will provide some conclusions. Most importantly, I would like to say, if we view the ecosystem or a company, an enterprise, we speak about risk management. Once we move from an enterprise or social and economic systems to social and economic ecosystems, we will have to speak about the culture of risk management. Using the terms of Kleiner's paradigm, we can mention transition from the process-based approach to the environment-based approach. Risk management at enterprises is process-based. When we speak about risk management culture, here the environmental ingredients are important. Once we talk about the phenomenon of economic risk, we can first of all say that this is an artificial and inefficient structure. It's not an effective object. When a decision-making individual takes a decision under risk circumstances, the risk for such an individual is real. In another case, when taking a decision, this individual would account for threats or hazards that may stand in the way of the company or can stand in the way of the company to achieve its goals. So any object that we consider becomes very real for a decision-making individual. In that regard, we introduce the concept of economic risk, to which we assign the features of a real object, such as responsibility for possible deviations from desired goals of the managed and controlled object. Social and economic ecosystem is considered from the point of view of the economic theory as a localized complex of independent organization, business processes, innovative project, and infrastructure entities. According to Kleiner 2019, the goal of our study is to justify the statement that availability of risks improves the quality of management. So we haven't coordinated the position with Roman, but Roman believes that the ecosystem may have one goal. From my point of view, there might be several goals, but in any case, those companies and organizations and economic agents making part in the social and economic ecosystems, they share certain goals, but they may have their own goals or values that do not contradict the main goal. And here we concur with Roman Mikhailovich. Even if there is one single goal and some unique individual goals, they should not contradict the goals of the overall social and economic system. The ecosystems are not structures of one and the same economy. They may include companies from different industries. Of course, we know Yandex or Sberbank. Those ecosystems are well known. They're digital ecosystems. they're based on banking activity or search activity and were originally built with a system integrator. But we can view other systems other than digital systems. We consider entrepreneurial ecosystems. For instance, we can take cities and or companies that operate on a given territory. We can also say that managerial efforts or impacts, managerial impacts have a soft character and represent a set of unique solutions being shaped as part of the ecosystem development. We can also say that ecosystem management is performed on the basis of soft institutions or a set of technological rules which describe which objects and under which conditions join that ecosystem, and they distribute the values and resolve internal conflicts. This is one of the goals of the social and economic system. One of the goals is to engage as many participants as possible, because in this case, transactional costs go down. Moving to the main topic of our report, here we discuss culture of risk management. Originally, culture is a set of rules which prescribe a certain behavior to an individual. Risk management culture in this context is acknowledgement by people of the objective existence of risk management processes. So we acknowledge the phenomenon of risk, and any individual taking a decision, he or she relies or accounts for the interferences or obstacles that may stand in the way of implementing a given solution or decision. We should also understand this, and we should compensate for those possible obstacles or find or move around them, find ways to avoid those hurdles or obstacles. So, as part of this ecosystem, we should analyze the willingness to take decisions and to assume risks. We believe that the objective culture of risk management includes a lot of operational characteristics. For example, we say that we ensure permanent observation over possible risk factors amidst all business processes in the ecosystem. We should also say that such relations guarantee objective approach to introducing risk management culture. In the end, the economic agents realize the need to follow certain rules.
Которая включает в свой состав способности, технологии и практики управления уровнем риска, нежелательного отклонения от целей деятельности.
And the most preferable is the culture of risk management. That would include the possibilities, the features, and the requirements. Thank you very much for your attention. We are ready to answer your questions, if any.
Так, Алла Александровна Никонова, первый вопрос, пожалуйста.
Алла Александровна Никонова wants to ask the first question.
Юлия, я не помню отчество.
Анатольевна.
Да, Юлия.
Юлия Анатольевна.
Да, Юлия Анатольевна, скажите, пожалуйста, не нумерованные слайды, поэтому мне трудно.
Please tell me the following. I don't remember the numbers of the slides. You mentioned that the bigger is the number of participants in the ecosystem, and then the lower is the practices. And you made a quote of somebody.
Работа 13-го года. Это Сергей Яблонский, ленинградский.
This is Sergei Yablonsky. Yeah, I follow this, but I mean the foreign speakers. Well, I thought that this was from foreign sources. My second question is as follows. You said that culture is a set of rules. Is it correct, in your view?
Культуру я определяю, мы определяем через...
Well, in general, we make the definition of culture as a set of rules. So it means that it is very easy to change the rules and we'll get something new. Well, Allah, I think we should speak here about the rules and practices that are stable in this or that society. What about the values? Are they taken into account?
Правила и практики, они основаны на ценностях. И, соответственно, конечно,
in our view, these rules and practices are based on values.
Когда мы говорим про цели, но мы должны, наверное, также сказать и о
And this is the question of the goals and the values shared by the economic agents. Because if the economic agents do not share the economic values, it is difficult to imagine an interaction without conflicts. Thank you, Allah, for the question. Any more questions, colleagues?
Ну вот у меня есть вопрос такой.
Well, I have a question, actually. Yulia Anatolyevna, the following question. If we consider certain complicated economic systems, like a holding or a corporation,
будут ли здесь принципиальные
does this mean that there will be some differences from the point of view of risk management?
В культуре и, соответственно, в культуре управления риском.
And also in the risk management culture.
Спасибо большое, Максим Александрович. Это очень интересный вопрос.
Thank you very much for your question, Maxim Alexandrovich, for this interesting question. Because when we consider the holding structures, this is mostly the reference and the link to the report of Mr. Kobylok. Because holding has a real structure, and the employees who work within the holding, they can live in different territories and in different areas of the country, parts of the country with different cultural features. When we talk about the culture and the ecosystem is generalized environment, because within a holding there would be a common space, but at the same time people who live and work in some separated branches of the holding, they will have some specific features of their own culture. And how this problem can be solved? This can be solved through and regulations and some instructions adopted within this holding. But at the same time, if we talk about an ecosystem, it can be different. Imagine a digital ecosystem. In this case, the owner of the platform can adopt a set of rules, how the economic agents would interact on this platform, and about the values. But at the same time, if we take a separate territory, the culture of risk management will take into account the existing practices. Well, thank you very much. Any more questions, colleagues? Georgy Borisovich, you would like to ask something? And Roman Mikhailovich is also here. You can ask Roman Mikhailovich, first of all, how does he feel? Well, this question is not appropriate for this platform, for this site. Well, we will discuss it later. Well, the most important thing is that everything is moving on. Everything is humming. Well, think I'm not going to ask question to Julia, and let's move ahead.
Хорошо, слово предоставляется следующим докладчикам.
And the next speaker,
Наталья Ивановна и Васильева Елена.
And this is Natalia Белоусова and Елена Васильева.
Так, пока слайдов, да?
Слово «ой» означает, что все в порядке. Значит, докладчик здесь участвует в нашей работе.
Так, здравствуйте.
We see that the speaker participates in our conference. Do you see our presentation? No, we don't see it yet. You have to launch it.
Обратно в Zoom и...
You have to launch it first in PowerPoint, and then you will get back to Zoom.
У меня развернута презентация уже, и как теперь?
Ну вот вам нужно выйти из этой презентации развернутой, вернуться...
First you have to...
Как из презентации выйти?
Либо 2 раза на нее кликнуть.
You get out of this presentation, you click it twice.
Так, пока ничего... Так. Конец показа слайдов. Сказал, что все.
Да, дальше возвращайтесь в Zoom, нажимайте на кнопку демонстрации экрана на панели управления.
Now you get back to Zoom, you press the point screen demonstration.
Настройка времени и с текущего слайда, может быть, нет?
Вы сейчас смотрите демонстрацию в PowerPoint. Вам нужно вернуться в Zoom и выбрать там демонстрацию экрана и выбрать то окошко.
You have to get back to Zoom. Sorry for losing the time. I thought I know how to do it.
Нужно нажать на значок зума в панели.
Find the sign screen demonstration in the Zoom panel.
В панели управления нажмите на демонстрацию.
And below in the panel,
извините, пожалуйста.
In the tools panel of the Zoom.
Еще раз. Демонстрация экрана, да?
Да.
Демонстрация экрана, да.
Алло.
Так. Совместное использование, да?
Да. Все, теперь мы видим, и здесь нажмите F5 или вот значок запустить с первого.
Сначала.
Сначала, да.
Так, сначала все то же самое. Может быть, с текущего слайда.
Давайте так.
Да? Хорошо, извините, пожалуйста.
Все отлично, мы все видим.
Okay, we've managed to achieve our targets. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for participation, for the invitation to this conference. I'm representing the report of the 2 authors, identification of natural monopoly features of infrastructure subsystems and the evaluation of the organizational innovations. We do this research and we do this research since the end of the previous century. Recently, there was a federal law and the set of documents regarding the structural reforms. We have an understanding what is the role of the enterprises from the point of view of the theory. Let's look at the aim of our research, to research the relations of the results of the system identification of natural monopoly properties of infrastructure subsystems at the methodology and the applied levels. And this includes the implementation of the innovative activities of restructuring as the organizational innovations. It is necessary to mention that this has to do both in our country and in other countries. Mostly this has organizational character, the form of the organization changes, and it has to do with the natural monopolies. As a rule, these big monopoly companies, first of all, have to do with certain specific features. And we have to take into account how
естественных монополий, то есть, скажем так, определен отраслевой состав.
This or that event is held. And we can, through this,
той или иной организации,
natural monopoly is organized. And we can understand better whether, to which extent an organization is a monopoly or not. And this classification should be done on the basis of certain approaches. And then we make certain conclusions whether this or that corporation is a natural monopoly, or maybe this is just a separate type of activity.
Сетевые элементы являются естественными монополиями, но вместе с тем...
As a rule, the network elements are the natural monopolies. And one more aspect is as follows. What kind of assessment we should give to the recommended events if we are talking about the reforms of the structure? What should we envisage and plan so that these renovations and restructuring would be as expected? We should take into account the normative and the behavioral aspects. In order to assess the activity of the natural monopoly, we have to provide the sub-addictiveness assessment on the basis of the sectorial multi-product function. And our idea is that we can check, according to this equation, if there is one company or several companies in the industry with the same type of product. So we need first to carry out the testing procedures, and after we have the norms identification, then we come to the aspect of the behavioral identification. And it is very important to take into account that this is related to the price mode. We have to take into account that we are talking about the infrastructure object. And we have to understand that this has to do with the generalization aspect. And this scale structure or scale savings should be used as the indicators in order to and we have also to take into account the average incremental costs. All these are the indicators that the economies of scale, economy of the structure, and the indicator of the average incremental costs. We take into account different aspects when a company works either centrally or they produce different products. And this allows to take into account different costs. Here we have the decision-taking layout on the structural and organizational innovations, taking into account the technological determinants. This was developed by Baumwoll et al., and this has to do with contestable markets and the theory of industrial structure. And they actually made the point of the assessment of technological determinant values and foundation of the solutions on the basis of the multi-product costs. And according to this theory, it is necessary to take into account several conditions. In our scheme of evaluation, we take the main approach to the key indicators, and these are conditions for the existence of the natural monopolies. And these are the conditions for the existence of the natural monopolies. This should be there should be economy of structure, SC, and sufficient conditions should observe the reduction of average incremental costs for all sets of products. If we talk about the specifics of the share technologies, within this approach,
линейными затратными характеристиками, и это используется в том числе для выявления режимов перегруженности. И перегруженность оценивается...
So this overloading mode is assessed through non-linear growth of costs as demand for transportation grows. We may use a so-called hedonic approach as we account for additional parameters, for instance, investment. So implementation of such approaches in natural monopolies is based on developed or being developed information technology of synthesis. So those efforts are made by a group of people. This has been made for a number of years, and a special grant was given to that group of people to develop this. And please find the further references below. Below in the end of the presentation. All in all, as part of this approach, they focus on the model being shaped within the theory of natural monopolies. And we also rely on nonlinear optimization of transportation networks. So, as part of the natural monopoly theory, we also estimate investments and tie investments to the approaches developed. This is an example of how natural monopoly properties are assessed with respect to the regional infrastructure. So the form is very important because here we have a table that represents the estimate of average values of technological determinants. So this is applied to multi-product, multimodal truck and passenger transportation. So we have permanent prices and discount rates. So this is an example of the estimate. If we have a look at the values, they all go down, and even the values become negative. And for another product, the values AIC grow across all sets of products monotonously with comparison to others. As far as the economy of scale is concerned, this is not part of the theory, but at the same time, it is widely used and well interpreted. So directly or indirectly, it is referred to. So those results are pretty much consistent, even in the expanded system of indicators. And it also represents the economy of scale. In general, given all the limitations, these results demonstrate ineffectiveness of activity, violation of certain conditions of sub-additivity, and it is recommended to have organizational identification, cleaving or division, and other things. So as the system is overloaded, as the network may be overloaded, it is worthwhile making some investment activities in this area and provide extra resources. So here are some recommendations on what can be done. These are organizational measures. So to make them organizational innovation, what does it take to make them innovational? So we have a link between structural events and development of the favorable investment climate. And this will ensure the innovative nature of those organizational measures. Therefore, the main element of institutional environment is the market. I think as part of this conference, we discussed the role of competition in various areas. As far as natural monopolies are concerned, even the law has two definitions, natural monopoly and competition. We believe that competition should exist even for natural monopolies. The question is, what type of competition should it be? Natalia Ivanovna, unfortunately, the time is up. All right. We can introduce special types of markets applicable to natural monopolies, although it is not easy to implement by the regulator. So we suggest to include the following tools in the justification of effective structural activities: formalized and non-formalized approaches, models of normative and behavioral identification, research of interdependencies between the natural monopolies and other infrastructural objects. We believe all this can help expand analytical and managerial capabilities as part of the government regulation of natural monopolies. So these are the references to the publications of the authors that took part in the compilation of this report. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? Yes, we do. Colleagues, please, have you got any questions? Yes, I have a question. Please, Roman Mihailovich.
Наталья Ивановна, а вот у вас на одном слайде было такое странное
On one of the slides, you said savings from the structure. I find it weird. What do you mean by this? Here, I was talking about some options. So there are options of division, of breaking down things.
Различные варианты чего? Я не понял, простите.
But options of what? Options of dividing a company that has various core activities. So there is a function of cost. So the question is, how to break the company down into specialized companies. There can be one or several passenger transportation companies or cargo transportation companies that operate together and are expected to take care of the given demand. So the question is how to make the cumulative costs lower. It is sometimes possible as part of the overall company. If it happens, then it is a natural monopoly. This is basically the sub-additivity test. So there are different options of how to divide the company into small companies or specialized companies. In fact, those approaches may be used and are used both in Russia and in other countries in various areas of life, not only for natural monopolies, but for other types of companies and other industries. Economies of scale can be easily interpreted, but this is not a prerequisite for the multi-product case of existence of a natural monopoly. So I think those indicators can be used broadly, not only with respect to natural monopolies. So for many years, we're trying to introduce them in the managerial decision-making mechanism for natural monopolies. Thank you. So this is cost saving as we choose an optimal structure that ensures a more effective operation. Understood. Thank you. More questions? If there are no more questions, let us move on. Georgy Borisovich, we're supposed to have a break now, but we also have report. Actually, there is only one report remaining by Nekrasov, Sergei Alexandrovich. He's connected, but he's connected without a microphone and without audio. Sergei Alexandrovich, are you here? If Sergei Alexandrovich is ready, let us listen to his report, to his presentation, and wrap up our session. I agree. And if he's not ready, then we can do the same. So if Sergei Alexandrovich does not present, then we will wrap up immediately. Sergei Alexandrovich, what can you say? I will call him to find out. If you don't mind, I will give him a call. Yes, please do. Any communication is good.
Да, возможно, есть вопрос у кого-то к Наталье Ивановне.
Have you got more questions to Natalia Ivanovna?
Или из тех, кто присутствует здесь из докладчиков? Тоже можно воспользоваться этой паузой и задать.
Or maybe you have questions to other speakers, to the previous speakers. So please take advantage of this pause and ask your questions.
Владимир Сергеевич.
так и не понял, что такое теорема Гоббса.
Может быть, луку прочитать?
Ну, хорошо, я так и скажу. Да. Ну, нет, выступить сейчас надо. А где, если вы не дома, как вы можете выступить? Ну, говорите тогда, если соединитесь, попытайтесь. Сейчас я скажу. Максим Александрович, вы меня слышите?
Да.
Ну, вот он сейчас сможет выступить. Сейчас он сказал, что он будет...
I guess Sergey is ready to speak. Without slides, though. Because he's in transit. I guess he can speak, but he doesn't have the slides available.
Так, значит, он подключит микрофон?
Is he going to connect with audio, with a microphone?
Да, Сергей Александрович, мы вас слышим.
Sergey Alexandrovich, we can hear you.
Да.
Пожалуйста, вам слово.
So the floor is yours, please.
Алло, да. Роман Михайлович.
Hello.
Да, Сергей Александрович, мы вас слышим в Zoom. Вы будете выступать?
I don't think I'll be able to speak at this conference.
Да, Роман Михайлович.
Будет выступление или сейчас не получается?
So are you going to present? Oh, it's not clear.
Так, Сергей Александрович, вы будете выступать или
Sergey Alexandrovich, unless you want to present, we will wrap up our session.
Да, коллеги, я думаю, надо заканчивать.
I think we should wrap our session. That's my opinion. Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree too.
Коллеги, ну что же, если первый докладчик согласен, последний выступает.
Последний тоже.
So I guess the first speaker agrees and the last speaker agrees that we should wrap up. Let's follow the opinion of the first and the last.
Там по программе значится подведение итогов.
So at the end of the agenda, we have the wrap-up session. I have a very positive perception of what we've had. I believe we've listened to very good presentations, both Russian and invited guests from other countries. So this gives us a picture of very good development of the topics that we work on and the tools that we use and the models. Alla Nikonova's approach and report was especially interesting to me. So what was interesting about it and what was novel in this report? Goal setting was interesting and novel. It is for a reason that Alla Alexandrovna spoke about some new area of activity. She spoke about sets of values existing for those four macro entities of the economy. We as common individuals believe that the system of values of the government and the system of value of businessmen and the system of values of agricultural workers, for example, may be different. However, we should understand how to align all those values or sets of values, how to synchronize them. So the question is a bigger one, how to consolidate the society. And this question is very relevant. Hopefully, the system analysis and system-based methodology is the only area of science, field of science, that can address this question. Here we talk about how to combine things that are hard to combine. Business is profit-oriented. Economy or economy is interested in development and connecting territories through economic ties. The society is interested in well-being for themselves and for children. The government should be interested in continuous development of the system available on its territory, including the society, the business, and the economy. So, this forward-looking approach of the government is interesting. And Alla Alexandrovna's report highlighted some possible solutions to this most relevant issue for Russia. So the next report was done by Vyacheslav Valentinovich Dementiev. He is an employee of the Financial University, the Department of Economic Theory, and in the past he was professor and head of the chair in Donetsk State University. His report was dedicated to he revisited Coase's issue, Gobse's issue, and he also addressed the institutional system in general. I think the report had interesting opinions on this problematic, and there was potential for future development. Sergei Polyak, our guest from Israel, gave a very interesting talk. He bridged various subsystems of social life and emotional issues and functional and instrumental and resource-based. He also considered the qualities emerging if it is necessary to overcome limitations. And he said they gave rise to extra capabilities, extra abilities.
Значит, это, конечно, я считаю, что это некоторое новое слово.
And I believe this is a really new word in science.
Вот этот,
and this is the intentions of the heart, or as.
В общем, согласование трудно согласовываемое.
This is the coordination of hardly coordinated matters. And actually, I want to mention that the main task of the systems analysis is the coordination of something, some matters that are not coordinable. And here is the main focus of tasks of system analysis. If we are talking about the homogeneous set of matters, then this is just a sphere of mathematics. And mathematics is very good in summing up homogeneous matters. But if we talk about the unique appearances, maybe even about black swans, or maybe multicolored swans. Because if we talk about the black swans, they are homogeneous type.
При условии очень скрупулезного исследования и применения системных.
But if we talk about the
значит, Яков Семенович
issues, then it means this is very special. Next speech is Yakov Semenovich Yegdarov, and this is the foundations of our research, analysis of the systemic approaches.
Убедительно показал, что в основе неоклассического синтеза, который Маршалом, лежат системные парадигмы. И в том
Mr. Gdarov showed that the features of the system approach in the principles of economics by A. Marshall.
Значит, конечно, аналогия этого креста с ножницами известна, но вот...
Of course, this was quite close to the cross and the scissors. The cross and the scissors are similar,
другим образом
analogous,
изображен.
but
это, мне кажется,
everything depends on how it is depicted. So I think this is quite an effective step forward.
Значит, Виктор Алексеевич Бывшев представил нам методику.
Victor Bывшев showed to us the methods of the methodology of constructing the production of functions in the Russian economy. This is quite effective work, and this allowed us to understand how to prepare the production functions, and it showed the relation between the GDP and the labor efficiency and productivity. And also in relation to the oil and gas industry indicators. And also this showed the technological progress. I would like to say that the results are very interesting. And I think we should take certain care, because if we talk about the production functions, we have to take different premises and factors. And these factors should take into account the result of degrees that are taken while interpreting the factors. So I would say that it is not correct to interpret the factors directly, and of course to base the economic policy on the basis of these factors. But we should take care in this. Maybe it could be quite clear if Viktor Alexeyevich could have more time for the presentation of his work. Vladimir Borisovich Gisin made a presentation on the scenario approach to evaluating decisions in strategic planning, and this was very interesting. I think this is quite close to what was said at yesterday's plenary meeting, and Vladimir Popkov made the presentations on the randomization of the development trajectory. And if we connect the quasi-probabilities to the scenarios of development, this is very useful. And this is an irreplaceable media and the tool to change the quality scenarios into the quantitative characteristics. Allows to give foundation to the scenarios. Because the development of the economies follows certain scenarios, and it is very difficult to describe the scenarios. The point is that we can have different scenarios reflecting various methods, and I believe that quantitative methods can are very irreplaceable here. And there were several presentations and reports on the works of Alexander Bogdanov. There were new discoveries characterizing the work of Alexander Bogdanov from different sides within the context of the systemic approach. This includes the report based on Wikipedia, and the report of our colleague that considered the works of Bogdanov as a whole. Tatiana Petrenko persuaded us that, remember expression in the Seagull play of Chekhov, as it was said in the display, new forms are necessary, and if there are no new forms, then nothing is necessary. And in Tatiana Petrenko's report, the new paradigms were mentioned. We didn't see the clear paradigms, but these are new paradigms. Tatiana mentioned the new concept of the field. And of course, the field does not have clear edges and boundaries. Yulia Sliptsova and Roman Kachalov work quite actively in the sphere of risk management and the system resource structuring concept for strategy implementation. I believe that this is very important. And because I believe that in this area, two things are combined, the reality and the scenario approach. Reality is what we have today, and scenario approach is what can happen in the future. And you must understand how detailed these two notions are. And the whole theory and practice of the risk management is dedicated to overcome this division between the present and the future, to research the dangers that can wait for us in the future, and at the same time the benefits that we can obtain today. I support very strongly this line of research. And I believe that the systemic thinking in this area is very important. And this allows us to make more profound our research and understanding of the culture and the risks of the culture. Natalia Belausova, together with Ekaterina Vasilyeva, these are our traditional authors from the Systemic Analysis Institute, or how it is called now, the Federal Research Center of Management. When this center was in the process of formation and the Institute of the Systemic Analysis was just passing to an independent activity, I remember very well that Mr. Lifshitz, he was the head of that department. He was asked, what is the name now of the new institution? And he answered, FITS. FITS is investigation center, FITS. But I want to mention that this is a very powerful institution of systemic analysis and research. And especially, I want to underline the role of this department, and I'm very glad to see new achievements in research in this sphere. Well, colleagues, this is what I wanted to tell you. And of course, this gives us inspiration. Our colleagues are working on these problems in different areas using different approaches, both from the philosophic point of view and from specific concrete activities and problems. All this says that the tree of the systemic analysis is getting greener and greener, and I would like to wish all of you health and success. Colleagues, thank you very much for your participation. We would like to give our thanks to our interpreters who worked with us. These are Kira and Sergey, and the technical experts.
Наше с вами сегодняшнее собрание.
Providing today's event. And who was moderating today's work from the very beginning to the very end. Thank you. Colleagues, tomorrow we begin to work at 10 o'clock, and you will have the links at our website. If you want to participate in other sections of today's conference, you can get connected to their work. And we finish our section for now.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.